Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting. I see our executive secretary there. Good morning, Ms. Bell. And I also see Commissioner Fuchs, Commissioner Rosa Solis Rainey, Commissioner Cohen, and Commissioner O'Connor Brown are all here. It's nice for us to be partially together. We're getting closer to a full meeting, so we're getting excited about that as we move along. So I'd ask Madam Secretary to begin. And is the agenda properly posted in accordance with Nevada law?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. I guess the very first item we'll take is, as you know, one of my favorite ones. I'd ask you all to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, first item on the agenda.
First item is public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We have received 2 public comments via email. A copy of these emails will also be attached to the commission disposition as part of the public record. First item, to whom it may concern, I write to you in hopes that the 2 parties can come to common ground and stop punishing the horse bettors and tourists who make a special trip to Nevada to enjoy the Kentucky Derby Oaks experience. Myself, friends, and family have made it coming to Nevada a 25-year tradition until recently, when the Nevada Parimutuel Association and Churchill's Downs can't seem to find some common ground. It's utterly astonishing and unbelievable what this fight has lasted since October of 2019. People from all over the country come to Las Vegas for the sole purpose of fully betting the Derby/Oaks card. I have friends from Portland, Seattle, Iowa, Kansas City, and St. Louis who spend several days and several thousands of dollars just for Derby weekend, similar to March Madness and the Super Bowl. I hear advertisements that Las Vegas and Nevada is the gaming capital of the world. Who gave that title? Nevada is failing behind in so many ways, but it feels it is impossible to claim that title if the greatest race in the world and the best 2 minutes in sports is restricted with lame limits and 0 to no opportunity to bet all the other fabulous races that surround these gems of Americana. We didn't come last year because of this dispute, and we are now in the process of canceling this year's trip because of the greed, lack of value, and respect for people who play this fine game and support Nevada. It's sad to think about it, but we will be taking our business somewhere else. I know there are many others who share these feelings. Get it together, Michael Cole. Next item. To whom it may concern, it is an absolute that the supposed gambling capital of the world cannot find a way to take horse action on Churchill Downs, Oaklawn Park, etc. I moved to Las Vegas last year and have been unable to wager on these tracks. This is frustrating for all gamblers and also represents a substantial loss in revenue for every casino that accepts horse bets. The fact that this dispute has been going on for 18 months with no end in sight is a disgrace. Let the governor know and other state representatives that they will be losing my vote next election cycle if this cycle is not rectified, if the situation is not rectified. Whoever is responsible for settling the situation needs to put forth greater effort. Also, the Gaming Control Board should allow TVG to exist in Nevada. Yours truly, Michael Owasco. And that concludes our public written comments.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item, please.
The next item is the approval of the prior month disposition. This is pursuant to NRS 241.035, and that would be the commission disposition for March of 2021.
Very good. I'd ask my commissioners if somebody'd like to make a motion for approval.
Chairman, I move for approval of the prior month disposition.
All right, very good. All right, call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs? Aye. Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Then we'll go to the next item.
Next item is the consent agenda for non-restricted. Items on consent this morning are items 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 14. For the record, item 1 was referred back to staff by the Gaming Control Board, and item 16 was withdrawn at board level. Chairman Moran, I believe we have disclosures on these items.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I believe we do on 6, 10, 11, and 11. Commissioner Brown has disclosures on those non-restricted consent items.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure for non-restricted consent item number 6. Boyd Gaming Corp is adverse in matters where my firm, Lewis Roker, serves as counsel and I serve as local counsel. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you. I also have a disclosure to make, Chair Moran, for non-restricted item number 10 on the consent agenda. Newcastle Corp, an entity of a similar name, is a current client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner in an unrelated intellectual property matter. But I make this disclosure in an abundance of caution. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Lewis Roca's roles as counsel for Newcastle Corp, an entity by different name from the applicant that's before us today, Newcastle LLC. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you. And Chair Moran, I do have one more disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 11 on the consent agenda. MGM Resorts International, an entity of a similar name to the applicant, MGM Resorts Interactive LLC, is a current client of Lewis Roca, the firm where I am a partner in an unrelated intellectual property matter. But I make this disclosure in an abundance of caution. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Lewis Roca's role as counsel for MGM Resorts International, an entity by a different name. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, it is an adequate disclosure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, for those disclosures. I guess the consent agenda item for the non-restricted is now in order. I'd ask for a motion from fellow commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of non-restricted items 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 14 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Yeah. Going. Is there any discussion on that motion? Not seeing any. I'd ask.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes.
I had disclosures on 6, 7, and 11.
You have disclosures?
Yes, on 6, 7, and 11.
Oh, I didn't receive that information from you previously. Okay, then let's go back to 6, 7, and 11. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Yes, thank you. So, and apologies. With respect to non-restricted consent items number 6 and 7, I'd like to disclose that I spend a significant portion of my professional career working for the corporate office of Boyd Gaming. I have no direct pecuniary interest in the item before us, nor do I have any information what was provided to the commission by members of the board. I do not believe the independence of judgment.
Everyone else should did. I'm sorry. Could everyone else mute? That's not speaking. We're having some feedback issues.
Yes.
I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation was severely affected by this prior relationship, and I intend to participate in deliberation and voting with respect to non-restricted items number 6 and 7. With respect to non-restricted item number 11, I would like to disclose that I'm a partner at Morris Law Group, and my firm has previously represented MGM on litigation matters unrelated to the item before us. Those matters of litigation have concluded, and I have no direct pecuniary interest in the item before us, nor do I have any information other than what was provided to the commission by the board. I do not believe the judgment or the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by these disclosures, and I intend to participate in deliberation and voting on non-restricted item number 11. Thank you.
Okay. So we have the disclosures made now on consent agenda for non-restricted items. We're ready for a motion to, in fact, approve the consent agenda. Did you? You made the motion? Okay. A motion is made. I ask Madam Secretary to call vote on the motion.
Commissioner Fuchs? Aye. Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's go to the next item. And while we're doing that, if we could all remember to keep our mics in the off position unless we're going to talk, that might help with some of the feedback that we're getting. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go to the consent agenda for restricted.
Your items on restricted consent agenda this morning are items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 16. For the record, item 1 was referred back to staff by the Gaming Control Board, and item 5 was withdrawn at board level. Chairman Moran, I believe we have disclosures on these items.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I believe there's a disclosures on 14, 15, and 16 by Commissioner Brown.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for restricted items 14, 15, and 16 on the consent agenda. Century Gaming Technologies is the applicant before us today. We have a similarly named entity, Century Games PTE Ltd, which is a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I am currently a partner, but I make this disclosure in an abundance of caution, even though it's not exactly the same entity. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Louis Roca's role as counsel for Century Game PTE Limited, an entity by different name. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Are there any other disclosures by commissioners? Not seeing any. I'd ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of consent agenda for restricted items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 16 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good, Commissioner Fuchs. Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is your consent agenda for new devices and new systems. You have a request for final approval of a new device. That item is ICE2 platform submitted by Next Gaming. You also have a request for final approval of a new inter-casino link system. That item is M-Link WAP Central Controller 4.2 multi-jurisdictional WAP submitted by Every Gamings Inc.
Okay, very good. This is on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of the consent agenda for new device and new system as written to the record by Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, let's move to the next consent item.
Next item for your consideration, you have a request for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 26B 100 sub 3 and sub 7 as noted on the agenda.
Okay, and that's on Sandorina 2 LLC, correct?
That is correct.
All right, very good. Do we have a motion on that consent item?
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of consent item regarding Sandorina LLC as set forth by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen.
Chairman?
Seen any questions? I'd ask.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
just to be clear, that was a move to grant the waiver as requested in that item?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Yes, it is. All right, then I ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote on that item.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye, that passes. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And now we'll go to the next item on the agenda.
The next item is your first non-restricted item held up for discussion. That is non-restricted number 2, which are the applications of Water Street Gaming LLC and Boulder Highway Gaming LLC for transfers of interest, and Michael Eugene Brooks, Timothy John Brooks, and Theodore Peter Polich III for licensure as a member, manager, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have an applicant?
Yes.
Oh,
good morning,
Mr.
Mr.
Shear,
Chairman.
good morning. Mr.
Morning,
Shear,
Mr.
would you
Chairman.
state your appearance?
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck LLP, appearing on behalf of the applicants, Boulder Highway Gaming, Water Street Gaming, Mike Brooks, Tim Brooks, and Ted Polich.
Very, very good. Thank you. You have an affirmative, I know, Mr. Shearer.
I do, if I may proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Boulder Highway Gaming has been licensed to conduct a non-restricted gaming operation at the Emerald Island in Henderson for almost 18 years. Mike and Tim Brooks have been licensed as members of Boulder Highway Gaming for all of those 18 years. Mike Brooks has been licensed as the manager of the LLC, and Tim Brooks has been licensed as the general manager and key employee at the Emerald Island. Last year, Water Street Gaming acquired the Rainbow Club and Casino in downtown Henderson, basically right across the street from the Emerald Island. To facilitate the rapid closing desired by the seller, and in recognition of the track record established by Mike and Tim at the Emerald Island, the Investigations Division, the Board, and the Commission put the Water Street Gaming, Mike and Tim on the May agenda and granted 1-year limited licenses to Mike and Tim. So we're back today as the 1-year limitation expires next month in May. Since then, Mike has agreed to transfer 41.66% of his 75% interest in Water Street Gaming, with 8.33% going to Tim and the other 33.33% going to Ted Polich, who is Mike's friend and trusted business partner in Valley Construction. If these transfers of interest are approved, Mike, Tim, and Ted will each own 1/3 of Water Street Gaming. Mike and Tim will be the managers of Water Street Gaming, and Tim will be the key employee of the Rainbow Club Casino. Mike also agreed to transfer 24% out of his 75% membership interest in Boulder Highway Gaming to Ted. Tim consented to this transfer. If it is approved, Mike will own 51%, Tim will own 25%, and Ted will own 24% of Boulder Highway Gaming. Mike and Tim will be the managers of Boulder Highway Gaming, and Tim will remain the key employee of the Emerald Island. The investigations were conducted by Agent Sonia Projek and Julie Petronzi. We would like to thank both of them for their courtesy and professionalism in handling these investigations, especially under the current difficult circumstances. It is our understanding that their investigations revealed one area of concern. That area of concern involved a transfer of Mike's interest in Boulder Highway Gaming to a revocable living trust without obtaining the approval of the chair as required by NRS 463.172. Mike and his wife created a revocable living trust back in 1999, before Boulder Highway Gaming first got licensed. Since he was living in California and the bulk of his assets were in California at the time, they used a California attorney to assist them in creating the trust. Only a few of their assets were transferred to the trust at that time. Approximately 15 years later, Jackie Brooks encouraged Mike to get their assets transferred into the trust. Mike provided his California counsel a list of his assets, and the attorney prepared the documents to move those assets into the trust. Not being a Nevada attorney or a gaming attorney, Mike's California counsel did not know that the transfer of Mike's membership interest in Boulder Highway Gaming required prior approval. Mike relied on his California counsel and assumed that everything had been handled correctly. Only after Mike provided his trust documents as part of this investigation did we realize the error. That error has been reversed, and Mike's membership interest is held solely in his name. To the extent that there is a desire to move the interest into a revocable living trust in the future, Mike is aware of the requirements, and we will ensure that everything is done correctly. Mike understands that he is ultimately responsible for this error, and that he needs to ensure that he personally handles any issues related to his investments in Boulder Highway Gaming and Water Street Gaming, or entrusts them to counsel who understand the requirements of the Gaming Control Act and the regulations. Other than this particular oversight, Mike and Tim and Boulder Highway Gaming have an excellent 18-year history in the gaming industry. Ted Polich has a clean background with no areas of concern. Since the commission is already familiar with Mike and Tim, I would like to ask Ted to give you a brief summary of his background, after which we would be happy to answer any questions. And I believe that Ted, Mike, and Tim should all be present as well on the Zoom.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shear. And naturally, I welcome Mr. Brooks, both Brooks and Mr. Polich as well. And I would like to hear a little bit from Mr. Polich as to his background. And I had heard some of it when you presented in front of the board, and it was interesting, as well as what he perceives as his responsibilities and his involvement in the gaming operations at these locations. So if you could proceed in that fashion, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Moran. My name is Ted Polich. I am a good friend and business partners with both Mike and Tim. I'm a 59-year resident of Southern California, born and raised. Have a background, a heavy background in the construction industry. My grandfather and my uncle were both contractors. I started in construction when I was working part-time as 16 years old and worked as a laborer back then. And as time went on, I went to college and my dad was an attorney and no longer with us, but he stayed out of the dirt. Anyways, as time went on, I had various endeavors in the construction industry. My primary significant employer was company by the name of Coolidge & Sons. I did have a small business of my own at one time that became economically challenged, let's say, by the S&L crisis in the late 80s, early 90s. So then in around 1992, I happened to come across Mike Brooks through a mutual friend and came to work for Valley Construction back in 92 to 94. And since I had a young family at that time, I got an offer from Coolidge & Sons again, and at a much higher level role, and accepted that. And Mike and I parted in good terms. He actually said, "You should take this job. It's a good opportunity to get young kids and all that." Mike and I stayed personal friends for many years after that, and spoke often and met socially. And that's where I originally met Tim, was through the Brooks family events and whatnot. My main background is in construction and primarily the operations and financial side of construction. I learned a lot through my years, and so back come 2003, Mike approached me to come back to Valley and to change to Valley, and I had learned a lot in my time away, and so I had some things to bring to the table, and we worked out a deal where I purchased 49% of Valley that culminated in 2004, early 2004, I believe. During that time, we've had a successful run at Valley. We've been able to grow the business profitably, and at our peak, we employed somewhere near around 250 people. In 2003, incidentally, when I started back at Valley, that was when Emerald Island first came off the ground. So I was certainly aware of all the stress and the trials and tribulations of a new startup, and I was there for Mike and support and for advice and things like that. I wasn't directly involved, but we certainly had discussions about things, and Tim as well, and I'm proud of both of them that they got through it and have quite a successful business. So that's primarily who I am. I know I'm Theodore on the application, but only my mom calls me that. I'm actually go by Ted these days. So.
I know that you plan on living in California most of the time.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think your mic is on.
Okay, I said thank you for that interesting background. Thank you for reminding me of that. We're trying to keep the feedback controlled here, and that seems to be a little bit of an issue. But in any event, Mr. Polich, I wanted to thank you for coming down in person and sharing your background with us. And I was curious about, most of your time is still going to be spent in California, correct?
Yeah, yes, correct. Sorry, I thought I might have muted myself. Yes, correct. Things are changing a little bit at Valley. Of course, Mike and I and Tim, we think we're young, but we look in the mirror sometimes and we we realize the realities of things. So we've been working on a succession plan here at Valley. We have a couple young men that are starting to take over things, and I know Tim's looking forward to that day too, where we can find a young buck for him. But you know, I have been out to the casino, obviously. You know, I don't make any decisions at the casino, but I've been involved in budgeting and putting agendas together and trying to help the process over the years. So, you know, Mike's asked me to, you know, help organize some of that stuff. He's, you know, I'm a little more, for lack of a better term, a little more anal than Mike. Mike's a big picture kind of, so he usually tasks me with, hey, Ted, I got all these ideas. Can you get with Tim and get them organized? So that's kind of been my role. I certainly have looked at the finances with Mike, and Mike's shared those with me. You know, that's so I am aware of what's going on. I've been out to the casino many times and with Mike and with Tim.
So you feel comfortable, although that you have somewhat of a limited background in gaming, that as you go forward, you'll be able to get more and more involved, spend more time here, interact at the facility, and get yourself involved also in governance and controlling the destiny, so to speak, of these two locations, I anticipate. So I imagine you're not just going to stay sequestered in California. Now that you're getting a piece of the interest in this, I'm sure you're going to want to become more involved, correct?
Absolutely. I believe with my experience that I have some contributions to make that can help the entities. Obviously, Mike and Tim have done a great job, but you know, it's always nice to have some different perspectives, and that's what I intend to do. And I would love to come out there, and we plan on it, you know, upon approval.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that, and I had a couple of questions for the Brooks brothers at that location. Those two locations where these are located, 120 Market Street in Henderson, and the other one is 122 South Water Street, Henderson. This question is to the Brooks. Basically, what have you been doing along the protecting your patrons and employees from the onset of COVID at those locations? Are you keeping current with the protocols? Are you keeping current with taking steps to protect your patrons that come there and your own employees? I'd like to hear a little bit about that, if you could.
Good morning, Chairman Moran. This is Tim Brooks here in Henderson, Nevada, at the inside our office at the Emerald Island Casino, directly across the street from the Rainbow Club. I'd be happy to answer those questions. We've actually done quite a bit. I think I'm very proud of what we've done to maintain our COVID protocols. We've installed plexiglass throughout our casino to separate patrons at the machine level. We've installed an active pure technology system that removes 99% of all COVID from the air and surfaces. We utilize UVC technology to clean our machines on a daily basis, as well as we installed an aerosol atomizer, a hospital grade mister, if you will, that we use to disinfect our building regularly. We clean more frequently than required. We clean every hour, often sometimes more than each hour. We're continually wiping down machines, and we offer sanitizing wipes and all the PPE for our guests as well as our team. We require that mask be worn as required by the state and by the Gaming Control Board and Commission. We're over the top, and we're very proud. As far as protecting our employees, we just recently completed our first round of a vaccine clinic inside our offices, inside our conference room. And we had originally scheduled the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. However, last week we were notified, as everybody's aware, that Johnson & Johnson would be suspended. So we did a mad shuffle and were able to acquire the Moderna vaccination. And we had our first clinic, as I mentioned, last week on Thursday and Saturday. And many of our employees have been vaccinated, well over 50% at this time of their own volition. And we were able to vaccinate 49 employees at our last clinic. We will have another clinic coming up in May, on the 13th of May and the 15th of May. And anybody that hasn't been vaccinated that would like to be vaccinated is certainly welcome to join us at that time. And they can, if it's their first vaccine, they can certainly come get a first vaccine here, any one of our team members. And the pharmacy that we contracted with, they'd be able to get their second dose simply by going to their pharmacy located here in the Las Vegas Valley. We update our team with vaccination information as we receive it via flyers and employee break room postings and word of mouth from our HR department. So to answer your question, we're very proud of the protocols that we've instilled and have put in place here.
Excellent. I was hoping to hear that, and you hit the nail on the head. Very pleased to hear that you're taking those protocols serious, especially that you're protecting your employees. So important. I am happy to hear that at length. I also wanted to ask you, how is the numbers at the locations? Are you seeing some increase? Are you seeing some positive movement in the right direction?
Absolutely. We've since we reopened the Emerald Island on June 4th, we've seen very positive, good growth there at the Emerald Island, and then we reopened the Water Street Gaming, the Rainbow Club Casino on September 17th, and I'm very happy to let you know, Mr. Chairman, that our revenue is exceeded budget. The business is doing far better than we expected to start through daily promotions, food offerings, value improvements to the value gaming, and improvements we made to the exterior and interior. But most importantly, by giving excellent guest service that's led us to exceed our forecasted budget. Did numbers each month since we reopened in September at the Water Street Gaming, which would be the Rainbow Club. Our net income is through March this year is up over 400% over our budget, and we were aggressive with our budget. So we're seeing a lot of growth in our area. A lot of our loyal customer base, since they've been vaccinated and feel safe about coming out, have returned. We've seen an increase in business not only at the Emerald Island but at the Rainbow Club since February. So we're very pleased with the direction that our businesses are going. We're very bullish on the Water Street district of downtown Henderson and East Henderson. A lot of growth has occurred here. Over 500 to 1,000 people move to our city each month, many of them to the east side, which is where we're located. Just a short drive from us is a master plan community known as Cadence. And Cadence currently has 3,000 new homes that have been built in the last 4 years. And they're projected to be at 11,500 homes within the next 7 to 8 years. So we like I mentioned earlier, both Ted and my brother Mike and I and our entire team couldn't be happier with the progress that we've made collectively, but the work that the city of Henderson's done to bring business to the city and a lot of people moving to the area and providing a good city to live in.
Very, very good. Very good. I'm very happy about those numbers. And I'm real happy that you have those numbers in the top of your head and are familiar with your operations and familiar with your surrounding areas. And very, very good. Well, at this time, I don't have any questions. I'm going to turn it over and see if any of my fellow commissioners have some questions. All right, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you today?
Every day's a great day.
I like your attitude and positivity. So I do have just some comments and observations and some quick questions. So first, the Brooks brothers, I think you're very lucky you get to work together. I have 3 sisters, they're my best friends, so I think that is wonderful. And it's nice to see that you've worked together for so long over the years. But I did have a question about Tim's removal as manager of Boulder Gaming in Emerald Island in 2004, and he returned, I think, in 2006 as the GM. Can you tell me what happened there and what transpired for the record?
Sure. That was 2 brothers that had spent too much time together and got in each other's nerves and were just immature, and the pressure of a new business was getting to us. And so we took a break, and we realized at the end of the day that we were brothers, and that for the best of interest of all of us in the business, that we would regroup and come together. And that was back in 2006. And since then, we've been doing great, and our relationship has never been better.
I commend you for working through that, and I'm glad you continue to work together. Also, I just think it's fascinating that everything at the Rainbow Club started as a grocery store in 1967 and turned into the Pepper Mill in 87, and it's a historic building over there, and it just fascinates me in terms of the Nevada culture and history that you've preserved in that region, and I think it's wonderful.
It's an amazing building. You're right. It was a Foodland grocery store. Then it became a casino in 1967. And then the Peppermill Corporation took over the operation. They're a great company to work with, by the way. And over the years, we got to know them just by osmosis, being across the street. And that's what really led to us being the current owners, just the relationship that we forged together with many of their employees and, of course, their ownership. But believe it or not, on the second floor where our offices are at the Rainbow Club used to be a movie theater. And as you go upstairs to the office, one of our team members there, our HR person, still has an office directly located inside the ticket booth with the window. And there's still a sign for the restrooms upstairs that are now employee restrooms. That was the original restroom sign. So there's so much history there. And what's great about downtown Henderson, this part of town, is a lot of people that are alive in those days, they still live here and still frequent the Rainbow Club. So we get a lot of stories from them. We've been able to get a lot of, find out a lot of the history about things that happened, and it's very interesting. So there isn't a day that goes by practically that an old timer will come up to saying, I remember when, and then a 5-second conversation ends up being a half hour. And when you walk away, you're saying, man, I'm glad I talked to that person because I learned something new. So it's really fun. And we talk to our guests, we talk to them every day. So it's a great community to not only live, but to do business in as well.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate your enthusiasm about the historical aspects and that you carry it forward and teach and educate people about that. And thank you for your time. And I'd like to ask a quick question of Mr. Polich. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes,
Thank you. So I see that you have concurrently running tracks with Bali Construction for some years as a chief operating officer, and at the same time, you've been working with Boulder Highway Gaming as a management consultant. And I'm trying to understand better, and you've been doing that since 2004, correct?
Correct.
So can you help me understand what your level of competency or what you've learned over the years in terms of gaming and regulations and compliance, and what you think you need to do to get to the right level so that you can, work here in Las Vegas and be a real asset, notwithstanding the fact I think you have a wonderful background in construction and bring a different perspective. And I think it's important to do that.
Yes, Commissioner, I appreciate the question. Clearly I need to work on regulations themselves. I mean, you specifically asked that. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on gaming regulations. I rely on Tim and his accounting staff, and for that, so far what I've brought is really, budgeting, benchmarking, financial benchmarking, and some of the things that are universal to all businesses. What are the best practices? How do we get teams together to, work from the ground up with people and their ideas? Because we all know that people's ideas are far more successful than when they're pushed down from above. And so, we worked on that a little bit, suggestions that I've made with Mike. Because Mike and I obviously are very close in our business here. And so, we usually have a daily wind down that lasts about an hour and a half when everybody goes home, and we're here from 5 to 6:30 or 5:30 to 7 or whatever it is, and we talk about a lot of things. And I certainly know about the holds. I know about game mix. I clearly have learned so much from Tim about the success that he has brought to the casino, primarily through just simple basic customer service. And Tim is one of the best I've ever seen at it. We're like a Cheers bar. It's a local place. This is not, our places are local. We have to make people, we have to respect our people and make them feel respected. And I feel that I have some of those personality traits as well. I look forward to helping Tim with that as time goes on. But obviously, he's one of the best. We call him the Pied Piper. I mean, when we reopened Boulder Highway, there's a video, and there's people lined up around the corner, and he knows every one of them and their names. And so, I mean, it's just so obvious that people want to feel like they're part of something. It's kind of like their country club. And he certainly makes it worth their while. So, in answer to your question, I would say that regulations are something that I definitely need to learn and I need to work on. I think the business part, I can bring new insights, in terms of strategy and other things. Not that I plan on changing anything, because you don't break what's working, but just some different ideas and concepts.
Thank you so much for that thoughtful response. And how often do you plan on coming to Las Vegas to be in-house and seeing everything that's going on and learning? I know you live in California, but.
Yeah, well, I have 3 daughters, but my oldest is 19 now, and the other 2 are 26 and 24, so a little less pressure on me. And so we have monthly budget meetings and strategy talks, and I'll plan on being there for those. Mike and I both, with Tim, and whatever teams he deems appropriate for those meetings. But we're planning on being out there at least once a month for a day or two, and trying to get to know the staff better, on a more personal level, and I think that's the plan.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then just one last comment. My mother is from Sofia, Bulgaria, and we have a bottle of Slivovitz at the house at all times. And if it runs low, she says get to the store, because she likes to share it with guests, because it's a very traditional Eastern European beverage. So I know that you're from Terevinaya, and I don't know if you've had a chance to go back to former Yugoslavia where your family's from. I know right now with the travel limitations, but I've never been, and I hope to visit one day. But we're technically distant cousins, so welcome, and I appreciate your time here today.
Well, thank you. That makes me laugh, because we certainly very well know about Slivovitz, and we call them chubars. The Serbs call the Anglos the chubars, and my grandfather used to say that. I said, what does that mean? He goes, well, they're chewing gum, because he'd never seen gum before. But if you want to indoctrinate someone who's never had it before and get them out of their shell, Slivovitz is the way to go.
It's definitely fun to watch. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner Brown. There may be an occasion later this evening for you guys to toast, so hopefully you don't overdo it, okay? I think Commissioner Cohen has a few questions. Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not really a question. The application is fine, and I commend you, gentlemen, for the work you've done out there. But I specifically want to talk about the area of concern as addressed by your attorney, Mr. Scherer, regarding Mr. Michael Polic transfer of interest. That's the way it's handled, just the way your attorney and Michael, it was an error. It was an inadvertent error, through California counsel. You owned the error, no excuses. And we as regulators appreciate that. That's all I want to say. And we wish you well in this endeavor.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Thank you. I wanted to ask if Commissioner Fuchs, it's kind of hard with the video, boy, we're doing this, but I didn't know if Commissioner Fuchs had anything she wanted to add to this.
You bet. Of course I do. So I certainly have no problems with this application. The Brooks have a very strong, clean history with Nevada gaming and a successful history. Mr. Polic, it sounds like your successful guidance has earned your way into ownership. So congratulations. I think this will probably move forward on that. And really the one thing I want to call out is Tim Brooks, your community service. You seem like a very busy man, but when you add on top of it the Boy Scouts, the Chamber of Commerce, the Boys and Girls Club, you certainly have invested in your community. And maybe just take a minute to talk about those different entities you're working with and I would say with the Chamber of Commerce, that's got to have an effect on your business also.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner, for the question. So way back when 2007 or 8, I got involved with the Henderson Chamber of Commerce and made it. Eventually, I saw the value. Originally, I did it because I thought it would help the business. And then as time went on, I realized that I was meeting wonderful people and could make a difference in the community. So I ended up, I serve on many foundations and boards. Nevada State College, I was a member of the foundation board. I was the chairman of the board of the Henderson Chamber of Commerce. I'm a current board member of the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada, and we do great work for boys and girls here. The finance chair of the Black Mountain District of the Boy Scouts of America. I also am the vice chair of the Henderson Development Association. There's a lot of things that I do in my spare time, and giving back to the community is one thing that Mike and I really hold dear to our hearts. I know Mike does a lot of work with charities down in Southern California, and so I just wanted to give back. And so it does take up quite a bit of time, but it doesn't interfere with my business. And so there's 24 hours in the day, and I find a way to squeeze it in. And it's just something that I really love to do. And I've met some wonderful people, and it's helped me personally grow, not only as a businessman, but as a husband. And it's helped me as a father to better understand people. And it's built confidence in not only my personal life, but in my business life. So that's the reason we do it. To give back to the community, and I enjoy it.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to point that out because I think it's very important when people do give back like you do, and good things happen to good people. So business is great. So, it's a reflection of all that you've been doing. Thank you for your dedication to your community. And as I said, certainly no issues going forward. And I congratulate you all on this endeavor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Commissioner Solis Rainey, did you have anything to add?
I just briefly, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to thank the Brooks and Mr. Pullidge for your appearance. My colleagues have covered most of the questions and even comments that I had. I'm a longtime Henderson resident, so I remember the Rainbow Club back when it started. And I think there was still movie theater there in the early days when I went there with my very young friends. That was a long time ago. But I wanted to thank Mr. Tim Brooks for your service to the different entities. I'm a mother to 2 Eagle Scouts, so I've seen the value of the scouting program. And, I encourage you to keep doing that. And also to give back to the community. Henderson in so many ways is still such a small town. And the downtown businesses really, really make a difference to the community around you. So I know the Michael Brooks and Mr. Pullidge are California residents, but I sure look forward to you getting more involved in the Henderson community and giving back to the community because it's a wonderful place to live.
Well, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. I don't know if there's any other follow-up questions from the commissioners. I don't see any. I take it back to Mr. Scheer if you have a close.
No, Mr. Chairman, other than just to say thank you for your consideration, and we thank the board and again, Agents Project and Petronzi for their work on this application.
Very good. Excellent. I think we're ready for a motion. Do we have a motion maker?
Chair Moran, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much. I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right, we have a motion made. I don't see any discussion on the motion. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion passes. I wish you gentlemen good luck. You're the kind of operators we like to do business with in the state, and keep going forward and do well. It sounds like you're on the right road, and we look for big things out of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. All right, next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 3, which is the application of Nikoi Kameda for licensure as officer and director of Sega Sammy Creation USA, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Very good. I see Mr. Scheer is here. Mr. Scheer, would you like to enter an appearance?
Yes, good morning again, Mr. Chairman, the Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Scott Scheer, Brownstein Hyde, Farber Schreck. Appearing on behalf of the applicants, Sega Sammy Creation USA Inc. and Mr. Naoki Kameda. Mr. Kameda is the President, Chief Operating Officer, Treasurer, and Director of Sega Sammy Creation USA, and is before you for licensure as an officer and director.
Okay, very good. Good morning, Mr. Kameda. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? I'm very good. Thank
Nice
you very much.
Nice to see you. I saw you once before when you're in front of the board, and I liked your presentation.
Oh,
I'd like you to tell me a little bit, if you could, just about the company itself. It's an interesting company, and I want you to share that information with us and my fellow commissioners.
okay. So Sega Sammy Creation has been established since 2000. Sorry, I don't have like exact year, but it's like 7 years ago, I believe, in Japan side. And, we are trying to bring something new with, some Sami knowledge and experiment, which they're handling all the pachinko pachislo in Japan, and they're biggest pachislo manufacturer in Japan. And also, as you know, Sega is big, and Sega used to be big, and Sega is still have presence in the States and everything, but we are a big game company, and we are kind of combine those dev team together to create some good slot machines and then bring it to casino market in Asia and also in US as well. I think Sega Sammy Creation USA was established 2 years ago, and finally, from 1.5 years ago, I joined, and just 6 months before I joined, which means 2 years ago, the office was established, and we're kind of moving towards to the business seriously. And now, one time we brought the cabinet called Genesis Star, which is, kind of unique shape and everything, double screens and everything. But unfortunately, it was a little bit too unique probably, and then we didn't follow all the market trend and everything. So when 2 years ago, when our CEO Scott Winsor joined our company, we made a decision to create a new cabinet, and to match up with the market trend and everything. And this new cabinet was launched in January in this year. And then finally, our revenue is kind of increasing. Our revenue per day unit is more like, when I talked about it in a board member meeting, it was like a 5 multiple or something. But now it's like 8 multiple to 10 multiple. So I think our business is, finally moving forward. Still, our client, our operators are saying, no, your machine is getting better, but you still need more improvement. So I know it's tough market, but yeah, that's the quick update for our company now.
All right, thank you. I noticed that you're in some other states from your prior testimony. That I think you're in California, Florida, Oklahoma, and
exactly.
Yes. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
How are those other states working for you as well as us?
Yes, so California is also a good state to go with. I think their situation is kind of differ somehow in Northern California and Southern California. Southern California is doing great right now. Northern California, their restriction for the COVID and everything is still tough. So I think they're getting ready for having more new machines and everything. That's what we are kind of, trying and somehow struggling a little bit. But, they are pretty positive about our machine. So hopefully we can do a good business in California. Oklahoma, actually, we have a very positive situation right now because our old machine, which is Genesis Star, 1 generation old cabinet, but they still see the good performance from that game. And now we are kind of planning to bring this new cabinet as well. So, the number of unit is not small. Of course, Nevada is the biggest business state for us. But Oklahoma is kind of, catching up as well. So we are very, very happy about it as well.
All right. Very, very good. You joined the company as 1997. Sound familiar? Is that when you joined the company?
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes.
That was a long time ago.
Yes.
When you first joined them, what role were you in when you joined them?
Yeah, Yeah, it's interesting. I was working for amusement theme park, which is kind of common for more like a Japanese old corporate culture. So, not exactly like a current US status. You have job description and you go for it. It's more like, you learn about the company. So you start from there and there, it varies, right? So, but luckily I really love to work with amusement theme park, and that was my role. And I had to manage all the part-time people, and schedules and shifts and something like that. And once my experience was kind of unique because I had to help the one of the customer who was Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio. He came down and in our rides and everything, there has to be some kind of small acting thing, like, hey, something is coming from left, something is coming from right. It's very dangerous kind of thing. And I had to do that in English, and my English was, even worse than right now. So, it was very, very tough. And it was kind of funny that Mr. DiCaprio came in and then just hit my shoulder and say, good job, kind of thing. But anyway, that was my, starting point. Yeah.
Very, very good. And thank you for sharing that with us. I don't have any other questions. Your application looks phenomenal. You've been with the company a long time. So at this time, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners if they in fact have any questions. I see that Commissioner Brown is reaching for the mic. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. Konnichiwa, Mr. Komida. How are you?
Konnichiwa. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming before us. I know you haven't been licensed before, so it's a pleasure to see you. And I did see your presentation in front of the board. And I know that you made some references for your efforts to ensure that things don't have to go to Japanese headquarters and that you have internal systems in place here in terms of accounting, maybe the legal. And I know you were making progress. Can you tell us how that's going for you? Because I think that would help streamline having a finger on the pulse for finances and generally having no lag time to have to go to Japanese headquarters. How's that going?
Exactly. So especially for finance and accounting, we have big progress compared to last year because it was not controlled by Japanese headquarters type of thing. We didn't have resource, so they had to do the payment approval and everything. But we are using some kind of Japanese bank system so that, we have to ask their approval and they do some kind of system approval so that we can pay out and everything. But now, according to our CEO's direction, we moved all the bank account to the state. So we have the account at the Bank of Nevada, and we have all the automation system and QuickBooks and everything. So we can run through everything just internally, and then we don't need to go back to Japan. Of course, we have to get funded from Japan side. So what they do is they will approve for, $300,000 or $500,000 kind of type of funding, probably 3 to 6 months basis. But other than that, I can handle all the payment approval and everything right now.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So you had another comment, sir?
No, I was just talk about the legal side as well. We're also, handling the legal. We are still using our headquarter legal, but it's more like, assistant and services type of thing. It's not like they do legal and they do legal approval thing. I have a right to approve stuff, and then they're just helping our contract and everything, because when we just work with external legal, I don't want to say that in front of Mr. Sher too much, but working with external counsel is a little bit costly as well. So when we have small thing, I just have to ask Japan side, but I can talk to Mr. Sher directly as well. So that's the movement we are trying to do right now.
Thank you, sir. I do think that's a very good idea. And I'm also very pleased to see that your new cabinet, the Sacred Crest, is doing better than extrapolated. And I know last time you spoke in front of the board, you said over 5 times, and now it's past 8 times. So it's wonderful. And I hope you break even sooner than you anticipated.
That's my hope. But at the same time, operators' threshold is getting higher too as well. So, we have to bring even better softwares and everything to make sure, we can break even faster. But,
exactly. Yes. Well, thank you so much for your time today and for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Fuchs, are you available for questions?
I am available. And actually, Commissioner Brown went down the line of questioning I had as far as your back office, moving it more into under your guidance. And are you outsourcing everything, or will you be able to add to your current staffing levels?
So what is your question? Sorry.
So I know you're bringing your back office over, which you just talked about, and you have a current employee base. Will you be adding any employees to help with that back office, or is that all going to be outsourced?
Yeah, for now, it's still outsourced. Our volume is not that huge. And then luckily, this Bank of Nevada automation system is saving so much time on our input system type of work. So we're working with Rubin Brown, which is local accounting firm for that. But yeah, in the future, we might need a full-time accountant and finance person type of person. But at this moment, for just the next 9 months, we probably don't need to have internal stuff. But yeah.
And so how many employees do you have in Nevada right now?
Yes, we have 15 people in Nevada.
Okay. Great. Well, I have no problems. You have an excellent history with the company. Your background's very clean. So, I'm ready to go forward, and I appreciate you appearing today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Commissioner Solis Rainey, did you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have anything to add. I had a question regarding the number of employees, which he already answered in response to Commissioner Fuchs. Mr. Kamita, thank you for being with us. Your background looks good, and I don't have any concerns proceeding.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, very good. I think the commission is ready for a motion. We have one motion maker.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. All right, we have a motion. Not seeing any discussion wanted on the motion. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you and good luck. It's been a pleasure having you appear in front of us. And we always enjoy seeing Mr. Shearer, your counsel as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I want to say thank you to Senior Agent Susie Chang as well. So thank you.
Yes. I appreciate her too. Thank you.
All right, very good then. Madam Secretary, we'll go to the next item, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 4, which is the application of Rancho Mesquite Casino, Inc. for a transfer of interest. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 4. The law firm where I'm a partner, Louis Roca, currently represents Rancho Mesquite Casino, but not in connection with the agenda item before the Gaming Commission today. I therefore have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Louis Roca's role as counsel for Rancho Mesquite Casino, for which I have not personally acted as counsel. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you.
All right, then, very good. First of all, I'd like to I see counsel, Mr. Alonso, would you enter your appearance and who's with you today?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant as read into the record by Madam Secretary. On the meeting with me today, I see Mr. Gregory Lee, who is the trustee of the Gregory T.H. Lee 1999 Trust, which is the transferee on the application before you today. And also Ernest Lee. I see Ernest, I don't think his camera's on yet, but he is the transferor.
Okay, I don't see, oh, there's Mr. Lee. All right, well, very good. Before we get started too far, I just want to make a note that Mr. Ernest Lee is a neighbor of mine and a wonderful neighbor. And I know Mr. Greg Lee going all the way back to the golf course. And before these two young men who are excellent licensees, I'd like to also note that I knew their mom and dad way back in the day, and just a great Nevada family. beyond reproach and done some wonderful things in our community. So I wanted to make that known on there. Also, they don't give me enough shots on the golf course, but I'll talk to them about that later. And having said that, I'd like to go back to you, Mr. Alonso, with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, just provide some background to you and the commissioners. This is it relates back to 2015 when the Board and Commission approved the Employee Stock Ownership Plan, or ESOP, transaction that involved Rancho Mesquite Casino Inc. And that was the first one of those that happened in Nevada. Mr. Chairman, you were on the commission at the time that item was approved. And it was essentially where the employees through the ESOP, the Lee family created, were able to buy Rancho Mesquite Casino Inc. From the Lee family. As a result of that, the consideration for the transaction included seller notes and warrants and the non-voting shares that are before you today. Ernest decided to sell his interests, and Greg agreed to purchase those interests, and that's why we're before you. And this is the culmination of that transaction. The seller notes didn't require any approvals, and they completed that transaction some time ago. The warrants were administratively approved by Chairman Gibson, and the non-voting shares needed to come before the commission. So that's why we're here. So we're happy to answer any questions that you all may have. And just I would like to say that we want to recognize the board staff and the great work that was done on the application, specifically Senior Agent Morgan, and we appreciate his professionalism and his good work on this. And with that,
thank you, Mr. Alonso. Oh, go ahead.
Just happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good, Mr. Alonso. Thank you. I just want to make a preliminary comment, then I'm going to go right to the commission and see what questions my fellow commissioners want to ask about. I did want to preliminarily, though, again say that the plan that the Lees put in place involving the employees and giving the employees way back in the day an opportunity to really have skin in the game, so to speak, and being able to, as an employee, to purchase equity interests of the company was absolutely incredible. It was a great plan. It was very innovative, and it was just another illustration of how the Lees and their locations that they're involved with and own always put the employees first and primary, and understand the concept that the businesses are really built on the backs of the employees who, in this particular instance, had the benefit of a stock plan for them. Having said that, I'm going to turn it over and ask my fellow commissioners who would like to go first with questions. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for appearing before us today. We appreciate your time, as always. I just wanted to commend the family and the operation for being a good community partner. I know that the goals are very community oriented and for the employees, and you were running a food pantry. I don't know if you're still doing that. And you had the first mass vaccination center, and really, I think, are looking forward in terms of retention and being a good community partner and taking care of your employees and what I consider to be your extended family. So I just wanted to, I'd be remiss if I didn't say congratulations. It's not just ticking a box on a list, you actually do it. And it makes me very happy to see. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I see that Mr. Lee is raising his hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Brown. This is really the first opportunity I've had to come back in front of you since the transaction 5 years ago. And I just wanted to give you a short recap because becoming an employee-owned company is something we're very proud of. We had hopes that the result would be improved retention. We hoped that it would have improved alignment between management and employees, and a greater connectivity with our community. And then lastly, we hoped that it would lead to better performance. And I can tell you that we've had all of those experiences. This past year with the pandemic, it's hard to exactly compare yourself over the past 5 years, but I think we've come back very strongly, similar to other local casinos. But I also feel that we've had a tremendous connection with the community. That when we when they saw that when we were the most frightened with the pandemic and we closed, the volunteerism we had with management and providing food to all of our employees. I mean, people saw the long lines going from, our porte cochere where we stacked up, boxes of milk and food and potatoes and meat that would go, it would circle the entire property, that I think both the employees and the community knew that we were with them. And then when we reopened, we had great support. And I think they understood that the way we reopened in terms of spreading out the entire floor, we closed down certain operations that were really about driving people to the, just faces and bodies, but are frankly too crowded and are areas that we would just lose a lot of money because they're lost leaders to begin with, and running at 25%, we couldn't sustain that. So the operation became more efficient, and the employees and the customers felt that we were spreading things out. We were separating slot machine banks with plexiglass, that they knew that we wanted their safety to be protected, and we wanted to run a good business. So I think that's continued on. When we saw that Mesquite might be left behind in vaccinations just because we're rural, we worked with the Mesa View Hospital and in the city to open up our closed hotel, Rising Star, and turn it into a mass vaccination. I think we've vaccinated about 8,000 people, which might be 30 or 40% of the entire populace. We have since closed that facility because we felt that the Walgreens and the other businesses could handle the smaller numbers on a more consistent basis. But at this point, we believe we have about 50% of our employees vaccinated. We've tried to encourage that we gave a $100 bonus for anyone who would be vaccinated. And we said as a team, if we hit 75%, we would give another $100 bonus to every employee. If there's a concern I have, it's that that kind of pecuniary incentive really hasn't gotten us to the 75% that we'd like. And so I think it's something that every business and every leader needs to talk about, the importance of doing this for societal herd immunity. And so that's just an example of our business and what we've been trying to do. And really the last thing I'd like to share with you is that our business has continued to improve. Our employees understand stock price. A lot of people talk about maybe an ownership mentality in how people care about customers and care about the business. It's a big difference when you become owners, period, and not just the mentality. They pay attention to how well we do. They pay attention to retirement of debt. And our first acquisition, which was a former Greyhound racing track in New Hampshire, we've had numerous managers go out to the property in the area of security, in the areas of finance, and they understand that those originally probably 50 employees, but now pushing towards 100, that they're part of this Eureka family, and that they're stronger by having a more diversified business that is growing, and it has what we hope tremendous potential. So it's been interesting to see what happens in sort of the original kind of mothership, but then how also it translates to including others in that. And they want the new family members to pull their weight. They absolutely do. And so I just wanted to be able to share what I feel is just a very positive experience that we've had over the last 5 years. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much for sharing the detail, and I commend you for what you're doing, and keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Fuchs?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lee, for laying that on the record. I think that's very helpful to have those comments for history. When anyone kind of goes back and looks at this, if we ever come back and look at this, it's good to see what you were doing for your community. And really, personally, I think you're a role model for ownership innovation in the gaming industry. It's been a very successful tool for you, and I commend you on being brave, really, and doing that 5 years ago, because I think that it is out of the box. And it sounds like it was right before I started, but there were some tweaks that need to be done to get this through. But it sounds like it's been a very, very successful endeavor for you both. So congratulations on that. And lastly, really, I have no questions, as I will say, big Mesquite fan. Wolf Creek, one of my favorite courses. Haven't been there for a while, but hopefully soon. It's a beautiful area and some, like I said, some spectacular courses. So soon, I'll be down there to visit soon, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Commissioner Cohen? Nothing else? Okay, any other follow-up questions? I wanted to ask a couple of questions. First, Mr. Earnestly. Good morning. You got to turn your microphone on. I can't hear you. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Good. I was told by somebody in our company that I shouldn't use my phone this time. I used my phone last time, and he said it wasn't a terrific quality at some level. So sorry about that.
Well, yeah, we're always happy when you guys come in front of us. You present well, and you have the right counsel, and you're dressed right. You're in the right surroundings. Sometimes we get people that don't adhere to the dress code in front of the commission, and it only weakens their chances. But having said that, I did want to ask you one question. I understand if when this transaction goes down, that for a period of time that you'll stay on as a director, correct?
That's our plan. There's no end date. I'll stay on as long as wanted, needed, but that's correct.
All right, very good. And my only other question is I understand that you're looking at new horizons out there, new and real estate type. That's where you're kind of now focusing your interest. Is that correct?
That is where I'm spending probably 90% of my time, correct? Okay. I'm happy to elaborate. I don't want to take up, time from people that. That is correct, sir.
Well, good. Well, we hope you don't get too far away in other endeavors and forget about gaming. So we're hoping you'll be always somewhere in that periphery. You've been an excellent person to have in gaming with the rest of your family, and we've really enjoyed the things that your family has done across the board in gaming. So you're the kind of licensees that we like dealing with. So I didn't have anything else there. And if unless you had anything you wanted to add, this is a good time to do it. Otherwise, I'd go back to Mr. Alonso and see if he has anything, and then we'll bring it back to the commission and see if we got a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would only add that we appreciate your time and being here today, and hopefully get your approval, and we'll appreciate everybody's time working on this, the board and staff, and just thank you very much.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add, my brother is modest, that you are not losing him from the casino industry. He's still the head of the Eureka Las Vegas, of which I'm a minority owner. He's guided that through the pandemic, commendably. The property is doing terrific, and his employees have had all the same benefits as the ESOP in terms of focus on cleanliness, testing programs, all of those same things. So I just wanted to make sure that all
I enjoy spending time at Little Eureka. We call it Little Eureka. So I'm happy that I have that as a part of my my business activities.
Very good. Very good. Well, very good. We'll bring it back to the commission, see if there's any follow-up questions or a motion maker. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Cohen.
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yep. Commissioner Fuchs.
Sure. I'll go ahead and make the motion. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. We have a motion made by Commissioner Fuchs. Do we have any discussion on the motion, or are we prepared for a vote? I don't see any questions. Madam Secretary, I ask you to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rangi?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and we wish you both the best. Thank you for taking time out. I hope I can see you on the golf course sometime in the future, and maybe you let me win a hole. But in any event, have a good day and go forward and be successful. I know your parents are very proud of you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, Madam Secretary, next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 8, which are the applications of Golden Gate Casino LLC, doing business as Golden Gate Hotel and Casino, doing business as The Pass at Water Street Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at The Pass at Water Street for a non-restricted gaming license, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, thank you. I see Mr. Giordano. Mr. Giordano, would you like to note appearances? And there's Ms. Sloan as well. And we see one other item there. Okay, well, go ahead, Mr. Giordano. Note your presence. And
thank you, Chairman. Chairman Moran, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicant, read in the record by Madam Secretary. With me at the virtual podium is first Dorian Sloan, Chief Compliance Officer of the applicant, as well as Matt Metcalf, the Director of Race and Sportsbook for the applicant. With your permission, Chairman Moran, we'd like to have Mr. Metcalf as a brief presentation on the applications and the operations at the Pass at Water Street of the Race and Sportsbook. Then after that, we'd be happy to take questions, if any questions commissioners may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Giordano. Please proceed, and we look forward to that presentation.
Good morning, Chair Moran, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Matthew Metcalf. I'm Sportsbook Director of Circa Sports. We're excited at the prospects of opening our second satellite sportsbook, our first one coming last month at the Tuscany, which I believe opened on March 16th. Circa Sports began in June of 2019 and was operated out of the Golden Gate Sportsbook. We began with just over, I think, 5 employees and have grown to roughly 85 employees present day. Our mission is to bring sports betting the way it should be, we believe, to the citizens of Las Vegas and Greater Nevada. We've done that through what we believe to be transparent limits and best-in-class customer service. We look forward to an April 28th soft opening and potentially an April 29th grand opening of the Pass. And thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Very good. I was curious. I know that this was with Mr. Stevens. This was a deal that was put together, and I'd like to hear a little bit about what is happening in terms of that deal. And I know that Ms. Sloan is present. Maybe she could tell us a little bit about how this deal is going to go down and how it's occurring at this location.
Good morning, Chairman Moran, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. Dorian Sloan, Chief Compliance Officer for Golden Gate Hotel and Casino. And Chairman Moran, thank you very much for the question. We're very excited about this opportunity and being in Henderson. And you're correct, Mr. Stevens was very integral. And I met with Mr. DeSimone. They have like minds and future considerations. And so it is a wonderful opportunity for Golden Gate through its Circa Sports branded sportsbook to be able to offer the sportsbook in Henderson.
Okay, very good. I know you were on our agenda recently with the Tuscany back on the same kind of a concept, correct?
That's very correct, Chairman Moran. We opened on March 15th, the soft opening. Grand opening was on March 16th. I can defer to Matt from everything that we're seeing. It's wonderful. Again, a new presence, a different part of the valley, and it's going well. Mr. Metcalf, would you like to add anything?
Just that we were excited to kind of expand our footprint a little more towards the southern part of the valley. You know, being downtown, we sometimes experience some resistance from people located in the Henderson area or maybe the Southern Highlands area and venturing downtown. I think being at the Tuscany kind of center valley has allowed for a whole new reach of customers to experience the product that we've kind of put together.
Okay, very good. I think I appreciate that. I think the last time I saw Miss Sloan, we had hard hats on and we were walking through Circa together. Pretty interesting. So we dumped our hard hats and now we're into our different role, correct?
Very much so, Chairman, and we welcome you and other commission members to come down and see the casino that is opened. And we look very forward to providing a tour and seeing it.
Very, very good. I'm going to, at this point, turn it over to my fellow commissioners and see what questions they may have. I noticed there's some interesting conditions on here that we want to make sure your council at some point in the presentation, we hear firm on that you don't have any problems with those. So having said that, I see Commissioner Cohen's reaching for the switch. So go ahead.
Mr. Metcalf, I just have a question. Assuming something happens today with Reg 22 for the upcoming races, what kind of what kind of betting limits do you anticipate allowing through, I don't know.
We're getting a little feedback.
Have you made any determination on the betting lines regarding maximum amount of bets for the different wagering for the upcoming Kentucky Derby and stakes races?
So at all of our properties outside of our flagship Circa Resort Casino, we do not offer pari-mutuel wagering. So at those properties, our standard offering for the Kentucky Derby would be odds to win offered in-house, where we would probably take around a $500 to $2,000 maximum wager per win bet. And then we also would be offering matchup wagering, which we would take, it's a head-to-head matchup. So one horse versus another, whoever finishes higher. And that would probably be in the $1,000 to $2,000 maximum range.
One follow-up question. If for some reason the betting were not allowed on these upcoming races to your regulars and patrons at the Circle level and trickling down to the Tuscany and ultimately if this application were to pass on Golden Gate, would your operations be impacted by that?
They'd be impacted minimally. We aren't primarily a horse book or a race book. We primarily deal in sports. We've got the correct licensing in place if we would like to proceed that way, that direction further down the line. But for right now, we don't pride ourselves as a race book at this point. So no, I think the impact would probably be minimal to us.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And may I ask, this is Commissioner Brown, is there somebody prepared to discuss with me the 6 conditions and which ones, if any, have been complied with so far? If they're all outstanding, I assume they are.
Commissioner Brown, this is Dorian Sloan. I can answer all those. So we have already approved internal controls. That is condition 1. With regard to the pari-mutuel reserve, the reserve agreement,
Condition 2?
Yes. We already have the reserve agreement in place. It is under our parent company, and we work closely with the audit division relative to making sure that the reserve amount for the bond is more than adequate for our operation.
Before you move on, has that reserve agreement been fully executed and submitted to the Gaming Control Board?
Yes, it has.
Thank you.
It was done about a week or 2 ago.
Excellent, thank you.
And then for condition number 3, if there's a change in the agreement between us and the PAS, yes, we would make any amendments submitted to the board and keep the board informed. Surveillance system, it is installed actually today at 10 o'clock. The Enforcement Division was conducting its final inspection of the Sportsbook. We had our on-site inspection on April 15th, and so that I was just waiting for a text to come through. I'm sure it will have passed. And then for condition 5, that The ticket writers must be employees of the Golden Gate Hotel and Casino, and they are. So that condition has been met. We are working with the Enforcement Division to add those employees under the new license condition, the new license number once that issues upon commission approval, so that they will be a gaming employee registered under that particular location. And then condition number 6 is that should there be any change with regards to a kiosk or a manned location, we would absolutely be working with the board on that.
Thank you so much for addressing each of those in turn. I appreciate that, just to get that on the record.
Oh, you're very welcome. And the audit and enforcement divisions have been tremendous throughout this, as well as when we opened Circa and Tuscany. So we really appreciate working with the board staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. I'd ask Commissioner Fuchs if she has any questions, and then we'll follow up with Commissioner Rainey after that.
Nope, I have no questions. And just Mr. Metcalf, I just want to say you had a very nice presentation at the board meeting. So that did kind of address any questions that I did have. So thank you, and no questions for today.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Fuchs. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Chairman, I also didn't have any questions. They were addressed through their affirmative presentations at the board and earlier today.
All right, well, thank you. I take it back to Mr. Giordano.
Yes, Commissioner Morano, we really don't have no closing remarks, except we appreciate the commission's consideration of this application and hope that you will act favorably on it. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then we'll bring it back to the commission to see if there's a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's any comment by any of my.
All right, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 8 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, along with conditions 1 through 6 recommended by the board as well, as read into the record, and also as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right, we have a motion. Not seeing any discussion on the motion. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. I'm glad Commissioner Solis Rainey wasn't a holdout on that. There was a little bit of a pause there.
Apologies, I just didn't unmute timely enough.
Okay, very good. All right, well, the motion passes. I'd wish you all good luck. Ms. Sloan, it's always nice to see you in front of us. And also Mr. Giordano does an excellent job for you guys. And please tell Mr. Stevens we all wish him well as well. All right.
I will, Chairman. Thank you so much. And thank Agent Murray for the investigation. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, very good then.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
The next item is non-restricted number 9, which is the application of PNK Reno LLC doing business as Boomtown Reno Truck Stop for a preliminary determination of a location suitability for the conduct of gaming pursuant to regulation 4.105 and the application to add, remove, or modify conditions. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, very, very good. And Mr. Gutwald, would you like to enter your appearance?
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me today is Rob Medeiros, the owner of the applicant, PNK Reno. I'm just going to refer to it as PNK. The board agents prepared a very thorough report. I think you have it before you. And the board itself created a very good record. So with your permission, I'm going to give a brief, abbreviated history of the property and the application, and we'll open it up for questions if that's all right with you.
No, that would be good. I am interested. I know your presentation will include how a Chevron gas station ends up being a non-restricted licensee, and that's an interesting concept, and the rest of it will be very interesting as well. I'm hoping that in your presentation, I know you will, you'll also talk a little bit about the grandfather, if there is one there or not. And so I look forward to your presentation. I've heard part of it before, as you're well aware, and I'd like you to then go ahead and take us through it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. In 2005, the large parcel on which Boomtown Truck Stop operated. Boomtown Truck Stop was a grandfather location. was divided in 3 parcels with the anticipation that a Cabela's would be built in the center parcel. I'm going to mention what this grandfathered license entailed. Over the years, the state legislature has made it harder to get non-restricted gaming licenses in Washoe County and Clark County. They put up various requirements because those non-restricted establishments contribute a great deal to the economy. And so over time, they've added room requirements and a 24-hour-a-day restaurant. The boomtown existed before that, and as the legislature passed these laws, it grandfathered in locations that didn't comply with the room requirements and the restaurant requirement. The boomtown truck stop was such a location. And so once they decided to build the Cabela's, there was a decision to be made that the boomtown truck stop had to be demolished, and we were going to move the license over to initially the west parcel. And for reference, there's a west parcel, a central parcel, and an eastern parcel. I apologize, I don't have a chart this time. Some technical difficulties got in the way, but I think you might have it in your materials. So initially, the license was located on the west parcel, and as part of that process, a preliminary finding of suitability was filed back in 2005 to make sure that that parcel could have non-restricted gaming. At that time, the board and the commission, relying on past precedent, said yes, the gaming rights extended to all the parcels, regardless of whether they were cut up into 3 parcels or were a single large parcel. And so the grandfathered license was placed there initially on that west parcel. Over time, various things happened with the property. And I'm going to take a look at my notes here just to go through. So the boomtown truck stop was demolished. It's maintained its license over the years with 1- and 2-day openings. For the commissioners that aren't familiar with this process, you may have seen it in the papers before, but these grandfathered non-restricted licenses that are placed on a location that's no longer operative, those licenses are preserved with openings once every 2 years. And that has been complied with. So every 2 days, every 2 years, we would open up the gaming since 2005 when the place was closed down. And those rights have been preserved ever since. There's been a number, there was always plans to build a truck stop at that location. But as you can see, 2005 was in close proximity to the recession that hit in 2008, 2009. That slowed things down. Then there was some litigation that involved the star bonds that were issued for the Cabela's for the development of the property. There were some anti-development people involved in the city of Reno. There was some changes to Reno law. All of that delayed the construction. And then once that occurred, there was a delay. The land rights had to be renewed. And those, that delayed things. And of course, the pandemic. So there's been, things have slowed down, but in those discussions, when they were re-entitling the gaming rights on that property, they had some very productive discussions with the city of Reno. A truck stop was no longer the ideal business for that location. The area around it had developed quite a bit with residential areas. There's already another truck stop in the community, and the city of Reno and PNK decided that it would be a much better project if they built a restaurant casino on the east parcel. And PNK filed for the entitlements. got the property entitled. It's since filed for the liquor and gaming license applications for that parcel. On that east parcel, there's a convenience store that's been there for a long time, a Chevron. And as part of this application, we asked the city, and we've talked to the state about sticking the non-restricted license at the convenience store. These grandfathered licenses are hugely flexible. There really aren't any limitations in the statutes or the regs regarding their use. And for instance, to help you to lay out some examples, they're in grocery stores. There's a number of convenience stores that have non-restricted licenses. Those aren't grandfathered. They're in locations outside of Washoe County or Clark County. Of course, you have the Dottie's locations, which don't have the hotel rooms and all of that, and stretch the limit of what a non-restricted license application is. And so there's a number of examples. Truck stops are another location. So the thought is move the non-restricted license over to the convenience store and let it reside there and operate 16 machines until the restaurant casino was built. We're only one, again, it's going to be a minimum of 16 machines. There's no economic value to having a non-restricted license existing solely in a convenience store for an extended period of time. So you won't find any in Washoe County or Clark County. There's so many restricted convenience stores competing with those types of businesses. There's a much greater value to that license residing in the restaurant casino. But temporarily, we want to keep that license alive and active at the convenience store for two purposes. One, to avoid the one-day openings that we have to do to preserve the license. That entails pulling in a trailer, working with the city, with the state. There's more work to it to open up for a single day. Just as significantly, by having that non-restricted gaming license at the location, at the convenience store or on the east parcel, it preserves the land use entitlements there and just essentially locks them in. And so once we came up with that plan with the city of Reno, we reached out to the Gaming Control Board, and that's what initiated this process and the application that's before you today. And just to talk a little bit about the law, for a preliminary finding, a preliminary determination of location suitability, there's essentially two things that you need to have. One is unusual circumstances. Between the pandemic, the recession, the one-day openings, the demolition of the old property, we believe we've satisfied the unusual conditions. I even wanted to throw in that there's been a plague of locusts. It's been a long road. And then on the other factor is that the local jurisdiction, in this case, the city of Reno, has been notified, and they've actually entitled the property and are comfortable with a non-restricted establishment there and are comfortable with the convenience store being utilized in that capacity until we move the license to the restaurant casino. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Please put on your mic.
Commissioner Fuchs, we'll start with you up north first.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Gutwald. I think that was a great record that you laid down. And to me, you've satisfied the regulatory requirements. Mr. Medeiros, nice to see you.
Thank you.
I am out of that area quite a bit. And I have to say, I think this is a good change of plans. The area, the residential explosion out in the Verdi area is really incredible to me. I just drove through there probably about a month ago. And in the last 3 years, do you have like a number of new residential construction that's taken place?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. It existing homes now that are occupied, probably in the range of 500, 550, somewhere in that ballpark. There are two main developments, DR Horton just to the north of us. I'm sorry, I'm sitting here at Boomtown, just to the north of Old Highway 40. And then just to the east of us is Bates Homes. Between the two of them, that's my best guess today. I haven't checked and verified with the developer recently, but probably somewhere in that low 500 range occupied units. Between the two of them, they'll probably get to somewhere in the mid sixes. And then there's another, depending on which developer and which project you're talking about on any given day, probably another close to 3,000 residential units will occur in the Verdi area at some point. It's been a little bit challenging with the process, with the developers, the city, and the Verdi stakeholders, but seems to be moving forward more quickly now. This is, we go back to 2005 when this idea was started, and now we're really starting to see that come to fruition.
Well, the growth has really been exponential, and it's all the way, I think, within about a mile to 2 mile radius, even pushing into up above Mohegan, and then you actually have the back entrance from Somerset coming down, and between Boomtown and Somerset, I think the largest outside of Boomtown restaurant areas maybe seats 30 to 40 people. It's the very, very small venues, correct?
It sounds like you've been to a couple of those. They do a very nice job, but they're very small. You're probably being generous that they could get 30 or maybe 30. Beyond that in the restaurant, I think I'd be surprised. They do a great job, just small facilities. So given the growth in the area, we think that a locals focused operation makes tremendous sense. We've got the hotel casino side here at Boomtown, and then the locals component with the residential growth happening in the area, in addition to some commercial and industrial growth that's happening in the area, seems to position us pretty well.
Well, and personally, I think it's a wise decision. I know that west piece is also borders that other residential area. I think moving it to the eastern portion where that station is located is, I think, it'd be beneficial not only to you as an applicant, but also to the community. So I think you've laid down a very satisfactory record as far as the regulatory requirements, and I have no issue with the restricted, non-restricted, restricted, because I know Mr. Gutwald will keep a good eye on that and keep us informed of the timing, and I know we'll see the plans when we get to that point to see that what you have asked for is happening. So I have no problems moving forward, and again, I think it's going to be a good opportunity for both the community and the company. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. I now go to Commissioner Solis Rainey, since we're doing the remotes first on this one. Commissioner, do you have anything you'd like to add or ask?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick point of clarification and then a question more out of curiosity. Mr. Gutwald, you mentioned that when the non-restricted license goes to the convenience store, there would be a maximum, I'm sorry, I think you said minimum of 16 machines. Maximum. Okay, just wanted to confirm because it looked like there wasn't much room for more than that. And then just out of curiosity, why was the parcel in the middle kind of split?
I'll let Rob talk to that.
Well, when that idea was created, it was one big parcel here, and that was sort of on the west side of the freeway off-ramp. So if you can kind of picture the layout of a freeway off-ramp, Boomtown's on one side, Cabela's is on the other side. The truck stop actually kind of rested right in the general area where Cabela's is, and pretty close to the Boomtown Mini Mart. So originally that was how they broke up that parcel into three pieces.
Okay, thank you again. I have no problems with the matter that's before us. I was just curious because it was a little bit difficult to see on the map that we had, but thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't have anything further, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gutwald, assuming that the commission moves forward with an affirmative recommendation, we're going to specifically read into the record the conditions that you'll be obligated to do so. And just so we're clear on the record, the reason why, at least if I make the motion, that I'm going to specifically read into the record each of the conditions is pursuant to regulation 4.105 sub 2, because this is an extraordinary circumstance to be considered by the board and commission. And I think you've met that burden. So I just wanted you to know where we're coming from and not just a simple motion that's normally would happen.
Thank you for getting that on the record, and we're good with the conditions. They make perfect sense.
Okay, any other, Commissioner Brown, did you have anything further?
I simply commend your tenacity in sticking to the idea that you had in 2005, and I can't wait to see it all come to fruition, materialize. So well done. It'll be good for the community.
Thank you very much.
All right, very good. I had a question, just one last question here before I'll go back to Commissioner Cohen for Mr. Gottwald. Since I used to do a little bit of appearing in front of the local authorities back in the day on land use deals, I was curious about how you are with the local government up there on your plan going forward. I know that I think you're slated to go in front of them in the future should you be successful today. Is that correct, Mr. Gottwald?
Yes, we're lucky. We have a Reno office that has some good relationships with both the land use, the planning department, and the Reno business licensing department. I think I mentioned at the last meeting that the gaming control board supervisor, Lance Dorado, is now in charge of the Reno business license department. So that was a delight to see. We submitted applications for securing the entitlements a long time ago and locked those in. So Reno's seen this coming for a long time. And then bringing in the licensing department was very easy after that. I think you know that it's the land use entitlements that always create the fight. Usually the licensing component at the local jurisdiction level is pretty easy once the gaming control board has signed off on it. Lance it was very familiar with the gaming control board and very comfortable with their processes and has been in close communication with them, and they're ready to go.
All right, well, very good. I was interested in that, and I'm not real familiar with that area up there, but I'm sure that you're doing your due diligence ultimately with the surrounding neighbors in that area and the people around there that may exist for when you go in front of or your local authorities to get your approval. So it's good to hear that you're working in that fashion. I know that Commissioner Cohen had a question or two. Did you? Just a motion. Okay. All right. Well, I think if there's no other questions from the commission, okay, I don't see anybody has any other additional ones. Mr. Gutfeld, did you have anything you wanted to add at the close? And if not, we'll go with the motion.
No, we have nothing to add. We just want to thank the agents for looking into an unusual application. There's a lot of work in the AG's office as well. You just don't see these kind of applications very often. And it was a pleasure working with them and doing something a little different.
All right, very good. Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda item 9 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, further conditioned as follows. Number 1, this preliminary determination of suitability and exposure of games under this license shall be limited to that parcel of land described by PNK Reno LLC in its application for preliminary determination as the east parcel, consisting of approximately 10.20 acres and currently found in assessor's parcel number 038-870-13, and shall not be construed as being a determination of suitability as to the future expansion of non-restricted gaming operations beyond that property. Number 2, gaming shall not be moved, expanded, or changed unless administrative approval from the board chair is received. 3, gaming shall not commence until the surveillance system is inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division, and thereafter shall be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. And number 4, this location is limited to the operation of 16 slot machines unless the board chair or the chair's designee approves additional slot machines and/or other games.
Okay, Commissioner Fuchs, did you have something you on this motion or? No, okay.
I apologize, sorry.
No, that's okay. We're getting so much feedback up here. It's like being in the middle of a stadium sometimes, but we're going good. We have some good people helping us with it. All right, Commissioner Cohen, go ahead.
That would conclude the motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, very good. We have a motion made.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, just for clarification purposes, did the motion also include the removal of those 3 conditions that are listed on the agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So the record is clear there on the conditions that were read into the record and that they do include the 3. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Walden, and Mr. Medeiros for coming down here today and joining in. Your presentation was very good as always and very explanative. So we appreciate that and good luck to you on this unique location. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. All right, Madam Secretary, next item.
She does not. It's fine.
Next item is non-restricted number 12, which is the application of Dylan Peter Jaramillo for licensure as director of JPPJ of Nevada, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Chairman Moran, I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I do have a recusal. My recusal is that I understand my son, J.T. Moran III, is the attorney representing this item. Therefore, I will not participate and vote. I will, however, run the meeting accordingly, which the law allows me to do, and I will not be voting and participating in any of the motions that may or may not be made or the questioning. So having said that, I think that that's adequate since I have a family member appearing in front of me, which is a basis to recuse myself. I would ask my attorney if that's satisfactory.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, then let's go with that. Do we have an applicant?
I have a disclosure.
Pardon me?
I have a disclosure.
Oh, you have, I'm sorry.
Apologies.
You're right.
No worries. Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair Moran.
Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I appreciate that. I do have a disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 12 in connection with JPPJ of Nevada, Inc., a client of the law firm Lewis Roca, where I am a partner on other matters. But Lewis Roca obviously does not represent the applicant in the matter before the Gaming Commission today. And I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A.420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, very, very good. And then we have the disclosures made. Let's see if we have an applicant and an attorney. Would you enter your appearance?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you, looking so well and stately for the record. Also, Madam Executive Secretary and members of the Commission, John Moran III, 630 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of non-restricted applicant JPPJ Inc. of Nevada. Also appearing, and if I could, through the chair, of course, have Mr. Jaramillo, Mr. Philippe Jaramillo, and also the younger Jaramillo, Mr. Dylan Jaramillo, make appearances quickly for the record, name and address.
Very good. Are there microphones and video working?
It looks like they're muted, Mr. Chairman.
There we go.
All right. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dylan Jaramillo. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone for inviting us, and especially to our gaming agent during this investigation, Mr. Wiedmar. During school, I spent every break either working in the hotel or the casino for 6 years. I'm well versed in the drop and casino operations. I'm excited to follow in my dad's footsteps and learn more about the high-level casino operations.
All right, very good. Mr. Moran, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point before we have the commission ask questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to see if we have Mr. Philippe Jaramillo, operating partner, if he could make an introduction of himself, name and address real quick, and then I'll proceed with the affirmative presentation, Mr. Chair.
Very good.
There we go.
Very good.
Hello.
I see Mr. Jaramillo.
Yeah.
Good. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Philip Jaramillo. I'm the managing partner of JPBJ, and we are the Mardi Gras Casino located at 3500 Paradise Road here in Las Vegas.
Very good. All right, thank you then. Mr. Moran, you can go ahead with your presentation. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Jaramillo.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, member vice chair, commissioners, and obviously the executive secretary. Again, John Moran, Moran Group, 630 South 4th Street, appearing on behalf of non-restricted number 12, the applicant on non-restricted number 12. Commissioners, what you have today in front of you is an item requesting a determination and a finding of suitability of a director. As you know, the Nevada Revised Statutes requires companies, corporations, entities that are defined as a corporation, business organization with the Secretary of State. They are required to have at least one director. This particular entity was operating as if it had a director, but that particular director was not found suitable as both an officer and director. That director was Michelle Jaramillo, who is the sister of Mr. Philippe Jaramillo, with also another operating partner, JP Jaramillo, again, a closely held company by two brothers and a sister, the business opportunity having been passed down from one generation to the current generation. And Mr. Chairman, what you're seeing today is you're seeing, again, a further passing of the baton, a further passing of the torch, what I would say and characterize as a change of guard with the new generation, Dylan. I would have you know that Mr. Dylan Jaramillo, young man, I've had an opportunity to know him over the past several years. I've represented his family for many, many years. They are certainly longstanding Nevadans here in Southern Nevada, and have operated, as Mr. Philippe Jaramillo just indicated, the non-restricted location known as the Mardi Gras Inn on Paradise Road between Spring Mountain and Desert Inn. Mr. Chairman, commission members, two things I wanted to point out that I thought were important. Aside from what you've already read in the investigative report, aside from what you've heard from the investigators that were delegated the responsibility of this particular project, but also despite the finding, the favorable finding from your law enforcement arm, the Gaming Control Board unanimous decision 2 weeks ago in favor of this particular finding of Mr. Dylan Jaramillo, the younger Jaramillo, as a director of this particular company. The Jaramillos have worked very, very hard in the area. So one item is just the geography, knowing the area. They've worked very hard to make certain that this area is patrolled well, that they have a very, very good communication with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, as well as the Sheriff's Office and that particular area command. I think that you saw some of that in my affirmative presentation before the Gaming Control Board. So I will be brief on that particular point. The second point is as far as the financial and personal suitability of Dylan. Dylan is a graduate in business at the University of Nevada, Reno, one of our public higher education institutions. In fact, I was at his graduation as a sitting regent. I believe former Governor Sandoval, who is now the president of the University of Nevada, Reno, was the key speaker on that beautiful day up in Reno for that particular graduation. Caught it on a very, very nice day. But Dylan definitely has what it takes to at least have that first level of comfort that regulators want to see in new licensees, in people that are coming into a privileged realm to operate, are around significant amounts of money, are involved in significant employee, employer, vendor, independent contract relationships. And then you throw on top of it, obviously knowing the rules and regulations surrounding the ins and outs of gaming in the state of Nevada. Dylan has spent an unusual amount of time over the course of the last year or so diving into the rules and regulations and how those rules and regulations affect the quality of life for people who live in the area, number one, but also how they put people on a level playing field and promote competition in the marketplace between operators, good competition, healthy competition. And as things have moved forward with Dylan, he really has, in my opinion, he has grown. And so I would suggest that he is both personally suitable and financially suitable. The location, one other point I wanted to make, we operate in a very interesting area, as I pointed out a little earlier, with regards to the demographic, the neighborhood, and some of the obstacles that we have had to deal with in that area, and we have had no problems. We are very, very well aware of our obligations and responsibilities as business owners and community members with regards to the governor's mandates and the county's mandates as well, but also with regards to gaming mandates and regulations surrounding COVID-19 and those particular safety precautions that the property is taking to ensure that all guests are enjoying themselves. Aside from that, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I have the pleasure of representing Dylan. I'm looking forward to seeing Dylan move forward in the capacity as a key member of this operations team. And quite frankly, this has been a really fun project to work on. Last point, I want to thank your investigative staff, specifically Scott Widmar and Supervising Agent Nathan Allen, both of which did a tremendous job. It was an interesting investigation based on these new issues that we're dealing with in this new world that we're dealing with. But it went seamless, it was consistent, and they made it fun. Again, congrats to whatever you all are doing down there. It's working. The experience is good for the applicant, and it seems like the experience works for the state. With that, I think Philippe has a quick point he'd like to make, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, and we're here to answer any questions that you believe are relevant.
I just wanted to thank the commission and the control board for everything. This is our third generation. We're very excited about it. My father built this hotel, and I've been day-to-day running it since 1993. And now it's time. We're starting to look at the next generation. We've been here a long time. I was born and raised here in Las Vegas. Dylan was born here, and we're going to be around for a long time. So it's really exciting to see the next generation starting to step up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jaramello. Family name goes way back in Nevada history, and we're glad that you're and your family are part of our community. Having said that, I'm going to go to my fellow commissioners, see if any commissioners have any questions that they want to ask at this time. Commissioner Fuchs?
I'll just jump in. And Mr. Mr. Jaramillo, I just want to say, I think your degree was in engineering, not in business. And I have a degree in business, and I know your degree is probably tougher than mine. So I know you have a double in engineering. So congratulations on that. And quite honestly, I thoroughly enjoyed your impressive analysis of engineering economics at the board meeting.
Thank you.
It was great. It was great. I think that you demonstrated your kind of a little bit of business savvy and your history with starting at such a young age with the company. I think it's going to be a great transition over the years, and I'm all for it. And congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Okay, Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Jaramillo Jr. and the Elder Jaramillo. I just had a couple of questions, but before that, I wanted to congratulate Dylan, congratulate you on your graduation and getting into the workforce. It's an exciting time, I'm sure, for all of you. And I always love to see families continue traditions, so I'm sure it's equally exciting for your dad to have you not only be in the workforce, but to also join this endeavor that has been in your family for a while. I just had a simple question with respect to your gaming registration. I noted in the materials that you indicate you're on call for the count team. Do you maintain a valid employee gaming registration with the property, just in the event you're called to do that?
Yes, I do. In fact, I recently had to renew it.
Okay, great. So are you basically listed as an employee, but then only work whenever you're called upon to do so? Is that how it's set up?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. And for the Elder, Mr. Jaramillo, with respect to the licensing of a director, it looks like you received a violation letter in April of 2014 for not having a licensed director. And it looks like, several efforts were made to get that rectified. Some people applied, withdrew. That seems to be a lengthy period of time. So I was just curious as to what caused that and what you're doing to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future.
Well, to be honest, we've been licensed and operating since the early 80s. And it caught us by surprise. The Secretary of State came to us and said, it was an interesting conversation when they came to us and said, well, you have to have a director. And I said, well, okay, we'll start working on that. And they said, well, it's not hard. Just put your name on this piece of paper. And I said, well, we're a gaming control company, so I don't think it's as easy as putting your name on a piece of paper. So we started. Originally, it was going to be my nephew, Patrick, who was planning on coming back to Las Vegas. He is a graduate at ASU. He's got his hotel degree from UNLV, his master's in hotel. But he went back to New York. And kind of had a change in heart of where he wanted to be. And then we started, so we met with Gaming Control Board. We moved it over to my sister. And as we were starting the process with my sister, Michelle Jaramillo, we brought JT involved, and all of a sudden a light came on and said, you know what, we need to start thinking about the next generation. So it's been about 2.5 years because of COVID and such with Dylan. Because I think we filed almost more than 2 years ago, his original application. It was May, I think, of 2019. So we started with him, and we've gone through the process. But so that's kind of how it went. So it was originally was going to be Patrick. We walked down that road. And the interesting thing, funny now, is Patrick decided to come back, and he's the one that's building all those apartments across the street from the Smith Center. That thing's going up with my nephew Patrick, and I'm like, well, we should have probably stayed with you, but because he came back a year ago, and is now broke ground and is building almost 400 units across from the Smith Center. So, but we ended up with Dylan, and we're all very excited about that. So it's ready for the next generation.
Okay, well, thank you.
But that was the process of it.
Dylan is a fine choice, and his background is very clear, so I don't have any concerns in that regard. I was just curious for the length of time. Yeah. I'm not used to seeing that between when it was initially raised and when it comes to conclusion. Yeah. So thank you for that explanation.
I think we started with the original application in 2015, and Patrick went through with my sister for about a year, started going down the path, and then JT got involved and said, you know what, why are you not thinking about the next generation, guys? You guys are getting old. Thank you, JT, for that. And, it's time to start thinking about the next generation.
Well, you can always bring in the nephew later, but for now, I'm perfectly comfortable going forward with Dylan.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Smalls. Rainey, Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much, Chairman. I did just have a quick question for Dylan Jaramillo. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for coming today. So I do understand that you have the degree in electrical engineering. And did you always want to go into gaming? I know you've been working with the casino since you were 17 in the summers and learned quite a bit about, the drop team reports and accounting, and you're well versed on the daily operations of the casino, but it's at a different level when you're there in the summers, but I know it's part of your blood. Did you always want to go into the gaming industry, or why did you get the engineering degree?
Well, there's kind of a long story on as to why I got the engineering degree, but I learned a lot just kind of by shadowing my dad. So I kind of wanted to learn something a little bit different than just getting a business degree or even a MBA. I definitely like working in the tech industry, but ultimately, I mean, I'm there to not for fun, but I'm there to kind of learn some new skills, take on interesting projects for now, and then, eventually start managing more of the Mardi Gras.
But did you have an intention to do something else other than gaming? Was it always your dream to be part of the gaming family?
I mean, that's kind of where I always knew I was going to end up. Just growing up around the hotel and coming back to Vegas after school, I kind of realized that, okay, I like this is something I not just have to do, but want to do.
Thank you for that very honest answer. And then I noticed in the materials that there were 26 machines that were operating out of the 49 slot machines that were on property. Can you tell me, or anybody who's available to discuss this, if there are now more than 26 machines currently operating?
No, we're currently operating 26, and is it May 1st we could go more? I'm not sure. I think it's left up to you guys, Game Control Board, with regards to further openings of casino operations due to COVID. So right now we're at 26 machines, 50%, and with our spacing, we've been often come and inspected. We make sure that our spacing's properly, every other machine, and all of that. So that's the room we have, and as limitations are raised, we'll raise them. However, it's interesting. I talked to my local players, and kind of like you heard earlier, as a local casino, we're doing very well. And they seem to like the fact that the machines are turned off next to them, so they have more room. So I'm not sure how we're going to go back putting more and more back on, because they really do like the fact that they can spread out and lean up, and there's nobody sitting next to them. And since they seem to be playing longer, we're pretty happy about that. We just got to figure out how to move forward, opening more games. But we plan on going back to 50 once we can.
Thank you, sir. And then just another quick question. I know pre-COVID, there were about 87 employees, and the last number I remember seeing was about 35 employees. Is that number the same, or has it changed?
We're at about 45 right now for the hotel and casino. We definitely need to hire. We are doing the best we can. We are running ads everywhere. We're calling everywhere. We're calling all our employees. We're doing everything we can to ramp up. We're understaffed right now, and my staff's getting a little tired.
Okay.
Thank God. Hotels picking up, conventions are starting, going in the right direction.
I'm happy to hear that there's an upturn and that you need more employees and you will be employing more people. So that's all very positive news. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Very good. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, would you mind if I added a couple of quick thoughts to some of the comments of both of our commissioners?
Sure, go ahead briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I knew you couldn't deny my request, my administrative request, that is. The interesting thing Commissioner Solis Rainey raised was, some of the things in terms of Dylan and what his responsibilities would be moving forward. And that was actually a topic of conversation that came up with the corporate team when we decided to move this forward. And one of the thoughts that I had in the back of my mind was a program that was essentially engineered by Mr. Wynn and Mr. Shore many, many decades ago, called the MAP program, the Management Asset Program. And we talked about how that program was very, very successful in incubating out greats like Bill Macbeth at Cosmo, Scott Sabella, Billy Hornbuckle. They were all part of that program when they first got into the gaming world. And we kind of, both myself and Mr. Philippe Jaramillo and JP Jaramillo, we kind of wrote down some of the things that, some of the takeaways from that particular program in terms of Dylan, being involved with housekeeping for a period of time, being involved in the marketing department for a period of time, being involved in the gaming aspect of the business, being involved in the security, and premises liability portion of the organization and the operation. And so again, I want to make sure that you know that this isn't just to fill a box because the state of Nevada requires a company, and the Nevada revised statutes require this check mark. This is something that he's taking very seriously, and he'll have, and he has some very, very well-defined roles as well as attendance at their quarterly board meetings. So he will be learning a lot, and he has been learning a lot. And I appreciate your congratulations of him. That was one thing. And then with regards to Commissioner Fuchs, as far as the mix-up in the business versus the engineering degree, in higher education, we're now considering all curriculum to be business related. But he does enjoy that from a state of Nevada institution. So we're excited to see that proliferate as well here in Southern Nevada. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Spoken like a true regent. In any event, I think we're ready for a vote if there's a motion. Do we have a motion maker?
I'm happy to make a motion, Chair Moran.
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 12 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. Not seeing any discussions on the motion. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Very good. Motion passes. And I congratulate you, Mr. Jaramillo, and your family. Go forward and prosper. And nice of you to come down here today. It's always good to see a young person who has all their ducks in a row and understands what's going on here. Hold on for one moment. I can't hear you right now. All right, then. Very good. Then congratulations. And that's all we have at this time on that. And thank you again. Madam Secretary, I'd like thank you. Madam Secretary, I'd like at this time to take a 10-minute break, if we could, and we'll begin after the break with item number non-restrictive 13. So we'll be in recess.
Perfect. Thank you.
No countdown needed. You got it.
All right. All right, Madam Secretary, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we're ready when you guys are.
Are you ready for non-restricted number 13?
Yes, please.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Todd Michael DeReamer for licensure as a key employee of Plantation Investments LLC, doing business as Rail City Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, thank you. Do we have an applicant? Okay. I see somebody on there.
Yeah.
Would you like to enter your appearance?
Now we're good.
Okay, there we go. Good morning. Well, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. DeReamer, then we have Ms. Barnett.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Moran, Commissioners. Aaron Barnett, for the record, General Counsel of Affinity Gaming, here on behalf of Mr. DeReamer's application today.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, I went through the application and I went through the background information, everything. I noticed in my notes that you've never been licensed by the Gaming Control Commission or by the Gaming Commission, correct?
That is correct. This is the first
Yeah, you
time.
have a lengthy history in casinos. If you could just take me, I just want to hear a little bit about when you started, and how long you've been there, a couple of places you've been in, worked at, and that just kind of get me up to date on your history. I didn't see anything that was troubling to me in your background and the things I have already been I've seen. And I noticed that your wife works over at Atlantis, I believe. And so just tell me a little bit about what's going on with your personal history in gaming.
Okay, well, thank you, Chairman and Commissioners and Madam Secretary, for having me in front of you today. I'd also like to thank Special Agent Chamberlain. She was great through the whole process. My process went very quickly. You'll probably notice from that standpoint. But I started 30 years ago in gaming, which to me now feels like, how did it go so fast? But I started in Minnesota, and I worked for a slot leasing company as a slot technician right after I graduated with an electronics degree. And so I started out opening casinos is what we did, and did that for 3 years. And then I started to work for Micon Gaming a little bit in the Midwest, and I got to know some really nice folks at Harrah's in Illinois. So I worked for Harrah's for about 5 years between Illinois and Mississippi. And after being in Mississippi a year and a half, I decided that Mississippi maybe wasn't the place for me, and Las Vegas looked very appealing. So I had a job offer to go work for MGM Grand at the time. That was even before the Mirage days. And so went to work for MGM Grand, and then they moved me around a bit, Prim Valley for almost 5 years. And then I worked at Excalibur and Luxor for almost 5 years. And then from there, I moved over to the Las Vegas Hilton to get more responsibilities for marketing and some other stuff. And so I went over there and spent a couple years over there. And then a friend of mine was working downtown as the GM of the Plaza at the time, and asked if I'd like to come down and help out from a casino standpoint. So I went down there and worked for a year and a half between the Plaza and Las Vegas Club, and got to learn the downtown experience, which was very unique from the Strip experience. Win per unit of $30 a day versus a couple hundred was much different. So learned how that worked. And then the opposite spectrum, I went to Northern California and worked for Thunder Valley for almost 5 years. And Thunder Valley was an amazing place. Very busy casino. I had never seen anything like it. Friday nights, we'd have 2,500 people playing on the slot floor at one given time, and you'd have over 3,000 people in the building. So I got to learn how to deal with a lot of volume and understand how that translates to properties and how you maximize revenue. So from there, I went and worked for Boyd Gaming for a year and a half, moved back to Las Vegas at Aliante. And through the COVID process, when they downsized, my position was one of those. And that's where I met the fine people from Affinity Gaming. Eric and everybody there has been great. And so I ended up at Rail City and got up here in July and started turning the place around, and happy to say that this month we're running 75% above budget, and we think we will beat April of 2019, which is a great feat for this property to deal with and really overcome from where we started in July.
Oh, very good, very good. That was the history I was looking for. I don't know how you avoided licensing until now. You must have been moving around, or you're real fast on your feet. How was your licensing experience with our agents?
It was great. It went very quickly. The Zoom calls and everything was really fast, and all the detail was there, so it went real quick. She was really good, Ms. Chamberlain.
We have some good investigators, don't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's good. That's good feedback. Good to hear. I didn't really have anything else. I noticed in one of your board meetings and that you mentioned that you guys have just bought some new slots that are going on the floor.
Yeah, so some things going on with the property. We bought 37 new slots. We also have been really doing a lot of unique stuff from the ale house, and we've really used food and beverage to drive in new business. We have billboards now throughout the city from Reno and Sparks, and we've really driven new business into the property. We focus on some specific Sparks zip codes also to really try and grow gaming in that business. We think we're hitting people that maybe aren't necessarily gaming customers, but we get them in as dining, and then we pick them up on the slot floor as well. So we've really used food and beverage. We also use gifts. We do 2 gift days a week to really maximize our database, and that's really proven effective as well for Thursdays and Saturdays. We just opened table games last weekend as well, so really small pit. We have 4 table games. We train dealers in-house. We really wanted to have a table game experience that was fresh and entertaining, so we did that as well. Typically, we'll open anywhere between 2 to 4 games based upon the volume starting this weekend again.
Very good. Tell me just very briefly what efforts you're making in the area of COVID and following the protocols and what you're doing there to keep everybody as safe as possible.
Absolutely. So we had 600 machines when the property closed in March, and we're now running 400 machines on the floor. When we reopened, we started with 350, but we quickly grew past the volume of 350 machines. So we're now at 400, which seems to be kind of right where we need to be with social distancing. And we found that even on our busiest times, we'll run 30% occupancy for probably 10 hours at a stretch. So we're right now where we need to be. We're only 24 hours Thursday night through Sunday night. So during the week, we also do a lot of cleaning when we're closed from 2 a.m. until 9 a.m. So we do a lot of stuff that maybe we wouldn't be afforded to do. And we found that business model actually works pretty well for us. We get challenged from staffing from time to time. So the way we've trained our customers and the way everybody knows the business works, not being open on graveyard midweek actually helps us do a lot of things that we wouldn't be able to do, whether it's move slot machines, clean machines, and all that stuff. We also are taking precautions. We still take team member temps when they come on shift. So we do that to make sure that everybody's safe. We have 53 people out of our 107 team members vaccinated so far. And our HR team really works with our team members to actually make them appointments. Sometimes we have a challenge getting appointments up here. So our HR specialist really knows people that want to get vaccinated, and then they're out there really helping make the appointments and make sure they can get there. So we're doing a lot of things from that standpoint as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that feedback. It is important to us. I appreciate that. I don't have any questions for you. Additionally, at this time, I'm going to turn to my fellow commissioners and see if they have some. Commissioner Fuchs?
Sure. Welcome, and very impressive history. I really don't have any big questions concerning you individually, but I was curious, a lot of construction over in your area also, apartments within walking distance, and then also towards the lake there. How's that been for your business as far as the new residential construction?
So it's been really good. So we actually, interestingly enough, we had a lunch with about 11 leasing agents yesterday from the Victorian Square area and some outer apartment complexes, trying to figure out how we can partner with them. We really want to be the home for those Victorian Square folks. So like the Deco, for example, they just started leasing. They're at 10% out of the 206. They have a grand opening coming up in June that we're going to attend. And we think that that's really a big opportunity for us, mainly from a dining and taking our dining experience to the next level. We know that those folks have a higher disposable income than our typical customer. So we're really preparing to get those folks comfortable here from a dining standpoint as well as a gaming standpoint. One of the driving factors of making sure we're a full service casino and bring back table games as well.
I agree. I think you've got some good opportunity there. And I'll also say I'm a little disappointed, Member Katsaros, not knowing what NSN was. So my son actually did color commentary for the Wolfpack the season before last, before it got limited. So big fan of NSN and what they do for the community. It's really a unique local sports network. So congratulations on being part of that.
Thank you. Yes, we like them a lot as well. They do real good for us too.
Yeah, good people. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have anything further.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cohen.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say, Mr. Dreamer and I are acquainted from one of his previous employment histories, and I'm glad to see you landed with a great company. Good for you.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much. Welcome, Mr. Dreamer. Happy to have you, and it's about time you're getting licensed here. You've had a wonderful career, and you've started as a slot technician and a vendor, and it's just wonderful to see you move up and be where you are. You have a great enthusiasm and a wonderful attitude. I'm curious, how's bingo after dark going? Is it bringing in a different demographic? I know you say no buffet. It's a different landscape from what I'm used to, so how's it going?
It is going good, and actually, when we launched it, those were the two most profitable sessions we had, Friday and Saturday night. Friday's busier. And kind of what we see is the younger folks come out Friday night. They like to party a little bit, do bingo and have some drinks, and then they do the family stuff the rest of the weekend. So we get a different customer on Saturday night than Friday night. But it's going well for us. We like it. And that's just the first phase of really maximizing the property later in the evening, because the general casino base we have here, by 10 o'clock, they're usually done and going home. So we're really trying to maximize those next couple to 3 hours in the property and really drive the revenue.
Thank you. I appreciate the creativity and the marketing and trying to get different groups in there, and it seems to be working. So well done. And I'm prepared to make a motion unless somebody has questions.
Commissioner Brown, please do.
Thank you, Chair Moran. I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 13 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. Any commissioners have any questions on the motion? Not seeing any. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you, and I appreciate you coming down here today. And we look forward to finally, now that we know that your career is going forward in the direction we want to see, we look forward to seeing more of you. So good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 15, which are the applications of Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority doing business as Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment for an amendment to their order of registration and the pledges as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, very good. Do we have Mr. Rubenstein and the applicants available?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Rubenstein. Nice to see you.
Always great to see you. Thank you. I'm waiting for all of our folks to come online off of their video and audio mutes. Okay, I see everyone. Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mark Rubenstein on behalf of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment and its Nevada subsidiaries. With me today by Zoom are the following people. From Mohegan Sun Casino here in Las Vegas, the general manager, Joe Hassan, and from the corporate parent entity, Mohegan Gaming Entertainment, Mark Camella, the vice president and chief compliance officer, and Carol Anderson, who on March 15th was appointed as senior vice president and chief financial officer of the company after several months in a consulting role. Ms. Anderson is a veteran of the gaming industry, having worked several years for Scientific Games. As I mentioned before the board, is a recovering lawyer. Her application for licensing as an officer of both the publicly traded parent and the non-restricted Nevada gaming licensee has already been filed, and you can expect to see her back within a few months. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ms. Anderson for a brief summary of the financing and the pledge, after which we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. Good morning, Ms. Anderson.
Carol, you're on mute still.
Oh.
Here we go. Hear me now.
All right. Good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It is nice to see you, Chair Moran, commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, as our attorney noted, my name is Carol Anderson. the newly appointed Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment. By way of a quick overview, earlier this year on January 26th, we issued $1.175 billion of second priority senior secured notes, and we entered into a new credit agreement that provides for $263 million of revolving credit facility availability. We used the proceeds of this transaction along with cash on hand to refinance existing debt and to pay related fees and expenses of those transactions. This transaction extended our revolver maturity from 2021 to 2023 and also refinanced term loans that were maturing in 2021 and 2023 with debt that is now maturing in 2026. The new covenant structure contained in these agreements provides us with the increased flexibility to execute on our operating plans. It improves our liquidity, and it also enhances our cash flow. As is customary for transactions of this type, and as part of our post-closing requirements, we are seeking approval of the pledge of the membership interest of MGNB Holding, LLC, to Citizens Bank as the collateral trustee for both the credit agreement and the senior secured notes. I would like to thank Senior Agent Crowley for all of his assistance on our application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. And I guess congratulations are in order right off the bat. So congratulations on your new spot. Having said that, I do have a number of questions. However, I'm going to at this time turn to my commissioners. Particularly, I'd like to hear from Commissioner Fuchs. I know she has some questions for you, and I'd like to hear from you and your response there. So Commissioner Fuchs, are you ready?
I am. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Anderson. It's good to have you here. And thank you for that quick overview. I just kind of wanted to check a couple boxes, if you don't mind. So the revolver just increased slightly, and it looks like mostly probably just to cover fees and a little bit of cash, correct?
What we did was we went back to our lender group to try to get some additional liquidity. Is that something, right, that all of the companies that have been impacted by COVID have been taking a look at? We actually do have the ability to increase that revolver sizing with additional lenders if they'd like to come into our others. It wasn't an immediate need in the expenses of the transaction, so we do remain in a pretty significant revolver balance at this time.
Okay, and then the senior secured, those were all taken down, so you really didn't add any new long-term debt, correct? It's all refinance?
It's primarily refinancing, correct.
Okay, and then I did notice that your leverage covenants shifted a little bit, and there is a little bit of a jump when it comes to your fiscal year end. I assume that's intentional for any kind of extraordinary situations?
Yeah, when we were sizing the covenant structure, we wanted to be mindful of the fact that we were seeing some softness in trends, operating trends in the December 31 quarter. So we worked with our lenders to make sure that we did have some significant covenant flexibility, also to account for the unforeseen or unknown at that point in time, ramping back out, back to a 20 state of operation.
And then it looks like after that, there's a nice step down in that leverage though.
That is correct. And one of the things that we have been focused on is, remaining committed to our deleveraging plans. And so we wanted to signal to our lender group that we were still committed to doing that once we got back to a stabilized operating state.
And it looked like your lenders tied some incentive to that with some rate decreases if you are able to meet those leverage decreases.
That is correct.
Great. And I talked a little bit about the original meeting about finances. So I just kind of, like I said, want to check a couple boxes, make sure there was no new debt out there. Looks like you've extended your maturities appropriately. So just appreciate you walking through that a little bit more in detail with me. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. I'd like to have if I could address Mr. Haskins, if he's there. as general manager?
Mr. Chairman, I am
No?
here. Thank you. Yes, can you
Yeah,
hear me?
thank you. I've seen you so many times in front of us in the past, and I was curious. I know we had a little hiccup with masks, and I heard your explanation some. I think it was a good one, and I know that you've got that under control. But moving forward in a more positive fashion, I'd like you to tell me as general manager what you're doing over there right now to ensure that we have the utmost safety of the employees, guests, people coming in, and that it's everything's going like you want it to go in terms of keeping people safe. Tell me a little about.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on that. And you are correct. I was pleased with the opening of the business. I was very displeased, and I raised my hand first as being the accountable leader in the capacity of general manager and the chief operator of the casino business here, when I had celebrities for publicity purposes that removed masks and moved throughout the resort without those masks. So in response to that, we've done a number of things. Firstly, we have begun a process of retraining all staff, re-emphasizing those points that are most important with regard to public safety, self-safety, and compliance with the state's appropriate positions on all matters related to COVID and general public safety. That point that I made to the board was that training in a pre-opening environment sometimes does not become as sticky as training in a post-opening environment when the workforce and managers like myself have had a chance to see the particulars in action. So knowing that training and retraining are important elements of compliance and ultimately public safety in this case, we have commenced that process well underway with even more to come. When it comes to vaccinations, we surveyed the entire workforce of the resort. There are currently approximately 1,500 team members that work combined between Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas, as well as Virgin Hotels and the landlord entity, which is JC Hospitality. More than 73% of those team members responded to a survey, and their initial position was that 36% of those team members reported that they are already fully vaccinated against COVID. 15% additional reported that they are in progress, at least partially vaccinated, and another 15% reported to us that they plan to be vaccinated. So our real focus was, how do we help those who are not yet fully vaccinated? How do we help those that have plans to get vaccinated but may be running into what I'll call the complex logistics of arranging for vaccination? And the steps that we took, I want all the commissioners to understand, it is near and dear to our hearts, as well as to what we know is right as both citizens of a community and as corporate citizens in a business sense. So what we did is we partnered with UMC to arrange for preferred time slots and opportunities to make appointments that would allow team members and members of their family to promptly access the availability of vaccinations. We made on-site plans that unfortunately were targeted at the Johnson & Johnson solution. Therefore, we had to stick only to initially the preferred off-site solutions. But as the availability of either Johnson & Johnson or different logistics associated with the complex delivery of whether it be Moderna or whether it be Pfizer, we will continue to seek the solution for that on site. We've also offered to our workforce what I call valuable consideration, additional time off in terms of paid time off, should they affirm to us the proof of complete vaccination. We have also offered complimentary hotel stays for those who choose to partake in that. And we've offered as well opportunity for complimentary food and beverage rewards associated for those who continue to affirm to us as the employer that they have indeed been fully vaccinated. And we view that as a timeline that has a bit of a continuation on it. We don't want to end the incentive knowing that someone is halfway there, if it is in the case of either Moderna or Pfizer. So we're giving people time that is suitable to complete the process and affirm back to us. Given the original survey that we did, and we will resurvey as well, we're confident that we'll get beyond 60% affirmation of vaccination of the workforce. And actually, as a citizen of the community, my hope is that it goes much higher than that. I know there will always be some people that choose not to vaccinate. What I want and plan for is that is essentially a de minimis part of our workforce when the process is complete.
All right, very good. I was interested in a follow-up question on that along the lines of when a tourist comes in or one of your patrons comes in and they're checking into the hotel, or they come on property for the first time, you know, they see the valet park or they park their car and the bellman comes out. What do you do at that very first instance when that person arrives on property, is one of your booked rooms individuals? What do you do with them in terms of protecting the hotel and the existing guests there from somebody just showing up in the first instance as it relates to them being a possible carrier of the COVID?
There are a couple of things that we do that are all essential ingredients in how to both protect the public and protect the workforce. First and foremost, we have redoubled signage throughout the property indicating, of course, that masks are required and that they're available. We ask that our security team at each of the ingresses to the resort are always equipped with masks that can be provided should a guest enter without a mask. So they're at the ready, of course, at every twist and turn. The other application of safety that we continue to do is to patrol the resort. And I like to lead by example. The most important thing that I believe that I can do as a leader is to show others the way and to offer them a good formula for success. My go-to solution as I walk the casino floor and as I walk throughout the resort is to remind guests if a mask is down, masks up for safety, please. And what I remind my coworkers of is that I've now stated that at least 100 times, possibly multiple hundred times, and no one has yet objected to the comment. I offer it in a respectful way. I offer it in a dignified way. I try not to make it confrontational in any way, shape, or form. That's why I use the words mask up for everyone's safety. It's not about an individual. It's about everyone. What I worry about, Mr. Chairman, is that there is, I believe, again, just as a citizen of the community, I think there is a bit of mask fatigue that may be setting in for the public. There may also be an element of overconfidence as people are vaccinated. I have had guests say to me, I'm double vaccinated. I remind them, I'm double vaccinated as well, but mask up for safety, please. And I've got nothing but positive compliance from that. If I have someone who offers to me that they are double vaccinated, but they need to wear a mask. So leading by example is important. And I've shared in writing with all of my colleagues here that are other leaders at this resort. That's the formula for success, to continue to remind, enforce, and stick to the program until such time as, God willing, the crisis ends and is behind us.
Very good. Very good. I really appreciate your response. Now, one side issue here, stepping away from the COVID for a minute. I know in past presentations I've listened to from the hotel and yourself, we talked a little bit about security. So let's move outside of the COVID arena and let's go into personal on-site security and protection of the public, the guests, the patrons, the employees, and your interaction with Metro Police and how that security force and who is in charge of the overall security on property now?
Security on property reports to a colleague of mine. His name is Bill Hinckley. And Mr. Hinckley is a veteran of this resort location. So he is what I would describe as a legacy team member of the resort, knowing the past history, the rich past history of this resort, as well as helping now to write the new history of this reinvented and reimagined resort. Bill is amongst all the colleagues that I work with at the executive level. His office is actually closest to mine. I see him just about daily. I won't say that I see him 7 days a week, but I see him just about daily. And he provides a couple of great resources for me in his capacity as a security leader. First and foremost, he's responsive, he's communicative, he is action-oriented, and to the extent that here our organizational structure is that he reports directly to the landlord, but for matters of all things safety in the casino, his reporting relationship is to me. So I receive his reports, I receive his text messages continuously that offer me insight to the nearby community and what might be happening from Metro's reporting directly to him. And we share a common bond in that regard with regard to public safety, team member safety, and how it is that a resort like this should operate, given, again, its rich history and its now new history.
All right, very good. Thank you for that response. I don't have any other questions right now. I know that Commissioner Cohen has a few for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question regarding current operations. Without going into detail, because I realize the confidential numbers, but is, with the loosening of restrictions on, occupancy and gaming space and gaming machines and the like, are you satisfied with the numbers that you're generating presently?
Here's what we're seeing so far, Commissioner. The slot business has been to our expectation and beyond. I'm not where I would want to be yet with regard to table games operations. And when I say table games operations, I mean volume-wise. Again, there is a legacy workforce here that is very skilled in terms of dealing the games in a rules compliant and in a standardized manner. I don't have the volume yet that I planned for initially. And some of that is a function of hotel occupancy is still climbing here, but it's not yet at a place that is commensurate or congruent with past history. And I would point to the recovering Las Vegas community as what I look forward to. I anxiously look forward to taking a look, for example, at continuing LVCVA reports on the market-wide occupancy of hotel rooms, of course, the ADRs and the RevPAR statistics that come from the community at large. And as that demand curve climbs, I am very confident that I'll be positioned just simply for organic growth where I don't have it at this moment. But again, on the slot side, I'm pleased.
And my last question is for your counsel, Mr. Rubenstein. Have you approved draft number 1 dated as of February 22nd, 2021, if this commission is inclined to recommend the applications?
Yes, sir, I have. And before we're done, I also want to extend our thanks to Senior Agent Sean Crowley in working with us on this application.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. Just a quick question. I recall that there has been some development underway in South Korea. Could you provide us with an update on how that's going?
I'm going to turn to my colleague, Carol.
Sure, thank you. Hello, Commissioner. Due to the impact of COVID-19 and the financial market and disruption, the development schedule for the Korea project decelerated a bit. We recently obtained a favorable determination from the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism in connection with a development period extension from June of 2022 to the first half of 2023.
Oh, thank you for the update, and I wish you luck in that component of venture. I'm very interested in how that's going on a global scale. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Are there any other follow-up questions from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple more, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Commissioner Fuchs, please do.
And I don't know if this is for Mr. Rubenstein or Mr. Camilla. What's happening with Canadian Niagara? Have you heard any updates on what the potential is there? Or I don't believe they're open still, correct?
Compliance Officer, Mohegan Gaming Entertainment. You're correct, Commissioner. So far, there's no projected opening date for the properties in Canada. And of late, the government there came and put in some additional restrictive controls because of the increase in COVID spread in the province. So we're anxiously waiting for the word when we can move forward, but as of right now, it remains closed.
Yeah, and I know that's a big impact to your company. And I guess my only other question is, I know Mr. Contamaricos is no longer with Mohegan. Is there a search underway for a new CEO right now?
Yes, there is, Commissioner. And in the meantime, Ray Pinault is acting as the interim Chief Executive Officer, and his application is currently in process as he had the role of Chief Operating Officer. And we're hoping to have Mr. Pinault before the board and the commission in the June timeframe.
Okay, well, I wish you good luck in that search. I know it's an extremely important role, especially with the growth that you are foreseeing for the company.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Are there any other questions by the commission? I don't see any. Okay, I guess we're ready for a motion. Do we have a motion maker?
Mr. Chairman, I can go ahead and do that.
All right, Commissioner Cohen, go ahead.
I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 15 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, and to authorize Chairman Moran to execute draft number 1 dated 2/22/21 of the revised order of registration.
Excellent. Very good on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. I would then ask Madam Secretary, I'd call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs? Aye. Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Unanimously passes. We thank you all for coming down here today. You answered all our questions. We appreciate it. We wish you the very best in going forward. And I appreciate the presentation by your counsel, Mr. Rubenstein. Always good to see you. All right. Thank you very much and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 17, which is the application of Z4 Poker LLC doing business as Z4 for a waiver of NGC Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition also as noted on the agenda. Chairman Moran, I believe we have a disclosure or a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. I do have a recusal disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 17. I must recuse myself and abstain from voting or participating on this matter because Lewis Roca, the law firm where I'm a partner, represents the applicant. And I believe my esteemed colleague, Glenn Light, will be appearing today. So I am going to stand up and walk out. And when it's time to come back to the next matter, I will return. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right. Do we have a note on the record? I believe I see Mr. Light. And if he could enter on the record his clients.
Good afternoon, Chair Moran, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roca, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants, Z4 Poker. I am joined here today by David and Eric Colvin, who are the owners and founders of Z4 Poker and its sister company, Gaming Arts, and Mike Dreitzer, who is the CEO of Gaming Arts. We provided a affirmative presentation to the Gaming Control Board, whereby we updated the board on both companies, including the status of Z4's free-to-play and real money platform. We're happy to provide a similar presentation to you today, or we can go straight to questions, whichever the commission prefers.
Right. I would like you to do an abbreviated presentation. That doesn't have to be as extensive as previously made. And yes, we did look at all the confidential presentation. We looked at the previous presentations that you had in fact provided, so we're well aware of that. So we don't have to get too much into depth, Mr. Light, on your presentation, but I do want to start off with that, and then I know you'll probably want to turn to Mr. Eric Colvin.
Fantastic. So I think we'll start with Mike and then over to Eric.
Very good.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Mike Dreitzer, CEO of Gaming Arts. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear our application. Gaming Arts is a sister company of Z4 within the Colvin companies. Briefly, a small update on Gaming Arts. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you. We've had a difficult time as the entire world has had related to COVID. However, within the last year, we find slowly but surely things are improving in our business. At present, we now have over 150 licenses across the world, mostly. We have a lot install base of an excess of 600 units. We had only installed our first slot within 2 years ago, approximately 2 years ago, and obviously we had the COVID shutdown period in between that. So we continue to make great progress on our slot machine business. In addition to that, our core business, which we have been in for a number of years, the bingo business as well as the Keno business, those businesses we see have returned slowly but surely across not only Nevada, but North America as well. So we stand here in what I believe to be full recovery. This all happened at, of course, a very inopportune time as we were starting our slot business and really continuing to grow our bingo and Keno business. However, we have had, again, steady growth. It's fragile, but we're doing well. We also use the COVID period, the shutdown period, to get into another field within gaming. We have a series of safety products that utilize UVC light to make game floors and products, utility products, and slot machines much safer. So we did use the opportunity to get into that area as well. So it's been an interesting ride, but we stand before you here today as Gaming Arts grateful to say that recovery is well underway. Customers are starting to spend again, and we are commercializing successfully across, again, not only Nevada, but the rest of North America and growing. So the report is fragile but good from a Gaming Arts perspective.
Very, very good. And I don't know if you're the right person to ask this, but I had some information that I had in my notes that the reasons for the delay, but more importantly, that the company was shifting to more of a manufacturer role model or business model. So your business model was shifting. I think it was a reference to a manufacturer's role model. Did you want to respond to that? Or I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Sure. So within Gaming Arts, initially, for many years, we have been, strictly speaking, in the Keno business and in the bingo business. And by that, I mean the actual bingo room business, Dauber bingo. Within the last couple of years, we have shifted to really focus on the slot machine business as well. And again, we put together a whole team to begin to create bespoke original gaming content to put on casino floors. And so we've put out, as I indicated, our first slot machine about 2 years ago, and we've shifted in that manner, if that's your question. But the manufacturing has ramped up as it pertains to Gaming Arts with a renewed focus in the slot machine area, in addition to our other core businesses of bingo and Keno.
Okay, and just following up a little bit, it was my understanding that had been referenced before that you're hoping to have something in the lab in the next year.
So with respect to Gaming Arts, we already have a product in the lab. We continue on an ongoing basis to put stuff in the lab. What I'll do is I'll defer to Eric Colvin in his presentation. He'll speak to the Z4 aspect and what the time frame is and potential time frame is for that.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. Colvin, or afternoon now. Could you shed some light on that, on how that's occurring and what's going on there?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Chairman Moran and Commissioners and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Eric Colvin. I'm the co-founder of Gaming Arts and sister company Z4 Poker, and I am also the Chief Technology Officer. I would be happy to answer your question first and talk about the lab and when we're trying to get in the lab. I can also go over a brief history if you wish as well. But as far as when we plan to get in the lab, we've had some setbacks. COVID has definitely had an impact. Gaming Arts and Z4, we share resources, we share the same building. So there was a little bit of an overlap, although Z4 tends to be a more or less of a virtually based company. So we transitioned very well into a remote workplace. However, like I said, some of the impacts of cuts and also from the standpoint of trying to attract a interactive operator, these efforts were largely put on the skids as soon as the COVID lockdown hit. So to your question of when we plan on getting in the lab, we are surely committed to getting to the lab. We would like to be in the lab by Q1 or Q2 of next year.
Do you think that's possible?
It's possible. We've definitely failed to meet some of our own internal roadmap deadlines for getting certain features out. We've had a number of technical sort of snafus, I guess you could say. That includes numerous rewrites. We're in the middle of another lengthy rewrite where we are rewriting the client technology in HTML5. Previously, the client technology was in Adobe Flash, and that was deprecated at the end of last year, which has caused us to have to go back and rewrite the application in HTML5. That being said, we're confident with that technology choice. We're well into the rewrite, as well as getting a number of features out that would be required for real money. This is on top of all of the GLI 19 requirements, as well as the NGCB requirements that are both on the backend side and the client side. But in addition to that, there's a number of features that would be required for real money, such as multi-table tournaments, pot limit Omaha, and a number of other things that we're well on our way towards.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Colvin. I didn't have any other questions. Let me see if my fellow commissioners have any questions and/or a motion. Up north, Commissioner Fuchs, anything?
No questions. I'm ready to move forward. I think I'm hoping that they can get on the ground and running soon.
All right. Very good. Commissioner Solis Rainey, anything?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything either.
All right, then. Do we have a motion maker?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 17 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. Not seeing any discussion on the motion. Madam Secretary, I'd call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion unanimously passes, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming down here today. We appreciate your information, and we're wishing you well in years ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, one other thing on this item, I'd like the record to reflect that Commissioner Brown was out of the room and had recused on it and did not participate in this item.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, let's go to the next item.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Artesian Partners LLC doing business as Peavine Tap House Eats and Beats for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Anita Marie Noble and Matthew Todd Reardon for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, very good. Is Mr. Donato on?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. About yourself?
Very good. Thank you. I would like to know, do you have anybody joining you? Ms. Noble or Mr. Reardon?
Yes, Ms. Noble and Mr. Reardon are both joining by Zoom.
Okay, very good then. I wanted to know a little bit more about the due diligence checks that occurred in this case.
Sure. So as part of the applicant, when the applicants come to me to assist them with their applications, I, on my end, do my own due diligence and background checks. I currently use software that's called TLO. It's offered by TransUnion, and it searches for any criminal history, liens, judgments. It is a nationwide search that we use to perform the background checks. In addition to that, as part of our own due diligence, we also here at the law firm do run their names, the applicants' names, any businesses that they own, any previous names or married names they've used. We run them through the local court databases, local courts, state courts, and then also federal courts and state of Nevada. We run their names to the recorder's office to find any maybe liens that may be out there. And that's helpful to find any kind of maybe garbage liens or water liens or type of utility liens. Run their names to the Secretary of State to see if they're affiliated with any other entities. So we do a thorough search in the state of Nevada. And in addition to that, if they've resided outside the state of Nevada, we try to track them down through other courts that they may have resided in those home jurisdictions. As far as, if they're in California, we try to track them down through those courts as well. Those courts tend to be a little more difficult because they're not as user-friendly as the Nevada courts. In Nevada courts, you can search by names, and some of the courts in California, you have to search by case numbers or that type of thing. So sometimes it's difficult to track down information in courts outside the state of Nevada. So we do a thorough search on our end to assist the applicant in trying to catch anything that they may have forgotten about or maybe not remembered, and to disclose on the applications. And during our search on this particular application for Mr. Reardon, the 2 incidents that were not disclosed did not show up in our background checks.
Okay, and once they were brought to your attention, what did you do?
When they were brought to my attention, I reached out to the applicant to inform him, and he, going back through his recollection, did remember those incidents, but they were very foggy because they were 30 years ago. And in trying to remember more about these incidents, he did reach out to the local courts and the sheriff's office to obtain more information. In fact, he drove several times out to the California courts and the sheriff's department to try to track down additional information, and was told that due to the incidents being 30 years ago, that there's not many records, as many records have been purged.
Okay, very good then. I wanted to cover that with you because, as you know, you've appeared in front of us a lot of times, and you're always right on these things. And this seemed like a little bit of a glitch that I wasn't used to seeing happen in one of these things. So I just wanted to cover that with you, and I'm comfortable with that and your response. And I think that you're staying focused and you're being focused in this important area. So I wanted to make that comment. Now, is Ms. Noble on? I see her on the bottom right of the screen. Okay. Good afternoon. How are you? You'll have to turn your...
I'm well.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you.
All right.
Happy to be here.
Good.
Thank you guys for your time. We appreciate it.
Now, in your background, were you in the military?
I have not been in the military.
Okay. I don't know where I got that in my notes. Maybe you're referencing something.
My son is active Air Force Special Forces. He's currently living and working in Yuma, Arizona as a jump instructor. And their father was in the Coast Guard.
Very good. Well, we thank them both for their service, and was greatly appreciated. I really didn't have that many questions for you. I was curious more about Mr. Reardon, who, when I heard him give testimony before, that basically it sounded like he's a pretty good role model for youth out there. I wanted to hear a little bit more about that from Mr. Reardon and him being involved with youth and the sports and skiing.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm very appreciative for the opportunity to present to the commission. So thank you all for your time today. As a brand ambassador and a role model for several different ski sports related companies, even down to guitar companies for work in the music sector. I've always kind of risen to the level of not only relying on my acumen or my abilities as an athlete, but also as a well-spoken spokesperson for the brand. And it's led to a 25-year career. So I take it very seriously working with children. It's one of the probably most beneficial things that I've ever gotten out of doing sports and music. It's really the benefit that I get back seeing kids grow and maybe making a change in kids' lives has been pretty incredible for me personally. And also now being a father, I have a 4-year-old daughter, so it carries over tenfold.
Well, a 4-year-old daughter, that'll keep you on the center line, that's for sure.
She'll keep you busy, that's for sure.
Let me ask you a little bit about gaming and the machines at that location. Have you been involved in any of that kind of gaming activity before, like the one you're going into here? You have a 50-50 ownership interest with this Noble. So what kind of a background do you have on that?
I just from entering into the restaurant business, it was more for getting off the road from doing sports and music and traveling a lot and having a child. Having a nice, stable, local, family-owned and operated restaurant. I'd helped a few others get opened. And I have quite a few friends that have gaming licenses in Reno, Nevada, and learned a lot about the whole process from them. And when I learned that this location was a possible, due to the square footage, the location, and the need in the neighborhood and the community, we have a Del Webb community. We're in the Somerset community. So like anything, I just studied up and did a lot of research on the process and yeah, just really was very interested to build out more ancillary revenue streams for the business model. It allows us to do more things for community based on what it gives back. You know, we have a lot of plans for our restaurant, I would say, is the fabric of the community. It's the local meeting spot. It's very kid friendly, but where we're going to have the games is sequestered off to the side. Yeah, we're just looking forward to having the most successful business model that we possibly can. And as you know, opening a restaurant December 2019 was probably one of the worst times that you could open up a restaurant in about 100 years. So
okay,
we're thriving.
Very good. And you know the recommendation, you have two conditions there. One is a compliance seminar, and the other is entering into a service contract with a slot route operator. Where are we at in that?
So, Mr. Chairman, they are registered. Both applicants are registered for the May seminar, and they've already entered into a participation agreement with Sartini Gaming. And it's a 5-year contract.
Very good, Mr. Donato. Okay. That's all the questions I have. I don't know if my fellow commissioners, if anybody has any follow-up questions.
I do.
Okay, Commissioner Fuge.
Well, being the Northern Nevada Commissioner, I of course know the Somerset area very well. It's a beautiful area, and I think it's kind of a hidden gem. You have to get over the hill to even see it. And you have a very captive audience, I'm sure, right there. Do you know the size of the residence capacity there at Somerset?
I do pretty much all the demographic research. There's about, I could pull it up, but it's about 5,980 something homes currently. They're building another 46 lots above the cliffs. As far as like the demographic research, we did extensive just looking into the whole Somerset area. I live in the village, the town center. So okay. I'm like 200 or 300 yards away. So I love this community.
It's great. I mean, it really is a very beautiful area. And I didn't see it in my paperwork and I don't remember hearing about it. How did your partnership start between Ms. Noble and Mr. Burden?
May I?
Yeah, sure.
So my primary career path for the last 25 years has been in real estate in Northern California, Truckee, North Lake Tahoe. And over the years, I've built teams of assistants and real estate partners, escrow managers and what have you. And roughly about 2.5 years ago, I was introduced to Matt. I knew of him because Truckee in North Lake Tahoe is a very small community. And he's, well renowned in Squaw Valley, which is very dear to my heart. And so his Amy Blankenship, who worked for me, and Matt were partners, life partners. And so Matt was looking for a music venue in Truckee, and we spent a lot of time together looking for and just like uncovering stones to try to find a property that would fit to do a music venue. And during that time, we became very well acquainted. And then when this opportunity at Somerset presented itself, I was ready to jump in with both feet. So, and I really don't have any regrets despite COVID.
Well, good. Well, it's a good story. And I think that's something that one piece that was missing for me. And I think it's a good location. I've been in there before. I've been to the golf course. It's a beautiful area. The non-disclosures, unfortunately, were a red flag. However, they will not impact my decision. I think I'm ready to go ahead and move forward, and wish if this does go forward, that both of you great luck, and I will be over there to visit you soon.
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know if any other commissioners, Commissioner Brown?
Just briefly, thank you, Chair Moran.
Thank you.
So thank you both for appearing today. I do note, Ms. Noble, that I know you were working in the Bay Area a long time ago, and you had earthquake issues and some problems there.
Yeah.
and you like natural disasters because you've opened now in the middle, working on something in the middle of the pandemic. So I commend you for tenacity and pushing forward. And I know that was in 1989, and now you move forward, and I hope you have much better luck with this venture. It sounds like it's going to be wonderful. And then for Mr. Reardon, I was looking at question number 5A, where it says, have you ever been arrested, detained, charged, indicted, or summoned to answer for any criminal offense or violation for any reason whatsoever, regardless of the disposition of the event? And it's my understanding, if you could just explain to me, that you weren't actually arrested in connection with the incident with Mr. Crowfoot, but that you turned yourself in, you answered some questions, you were booked, and you left. Is it that you didn't consider that event to be responsive because you weren't actually arrested? Or can you just help me understand that? Because that was a red flag, but then I noticed that you turned yourself in, and you appeared to me to be somebody who's evolved and is a positive pillar in the community. So just
Yes, ma'am.
on the record, wanted to get your explanation.
Commissioner Brown, yes. I guess I was very mistaken in what that process was, but I was exonerated, and you should actually have on file in front of you a letter from Pete Crowfoot completely describing this situation. I'm still to this day kind of baffled as to how I was somehow involved or even implicated, as I was the one trying to actually do the right thing and help out the situation. So yes, to answer your question, I think it was just a complete oversight on my part. In no way, shape, or form trying to, not disclose something to the commission. And yeah, if you take the time, you will see a letter that is from Pete Crowfoot, who allegedly was the one that had, brought the charges or the.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw the letter dated April 15th, 2021 from Mr. Crowfoot, and also a letter sent from Patterson and Schechtman and Roy Tuscany. I've seen all of the letters. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't something you actually forgot. It was not an intentional oversight. I think maybe it just wasn't, because you reported other things. So I think in my mind, because you turned yourself in, you weren't actually arrested on the spot, it might not have triggered a response to question 5A. I just wanted to clarify
Absolutely, 100%. And I was pretty much thrown out as quickly as it went up. And my apologies.
No, I appreciate that. And I do have an affirmative statement from you that it wasn't intentional and you weren't trying to conceal anything. And that's your testimony today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I wish you luck in this endeavor, and I appreciate your time and your candor today.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the commission?
No, and I'm prepared to make a motion unless anybody has any questions.
Oh, very good, Commissioner Brown.
Chair Moran, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very, very good. All right, we have a motion, a discussion on the motion. Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs. Aye. Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. Motion unanimously passes, and thank you for coming down today. And thank you, Mr. Donato. It's always good to see you down here with these applicants you bring before us. You do a good job for them.
Great to see you as well.
Thank
And
you.
to thank Angel McElhaney for all her hard work on this application.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next items, Madam Secretary. I would like to take 3 and 4 together.
Restricted number 3 and restricted number 4, the applications of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 25586 and 7-Eleven store number 29646 for restricted gaming licenses, and the applications of S&S Fuels Management 4 LLC to receive a percentage of revenue as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board and both items is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. Chair Moran, I do have a disclosure to make for action restricted item number 3. A similarly named entity, Century Games PTE Limited, is a client of Louis Roca. The applicant before us today is Century Gaming Technologies. I am a partner at the law firm of Louis Roca, but I make this disclosure in abundance of caution, even though the names are a little bit different. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Louis Roca's role as counsel for Century Games PTE Limited, an entity by a different name. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right, do we have an applicant and a representative? Do we have Ms. Richardson?
Debbie Richardson, Century Gaming Technologies. With me today is Tim Cogswell, the Vice President and General Manager of Century Gaming. Also via Zoom is Miss Amar Puri. She is the owner-operator of the 7-Elevens that are before you today.
All right, very good. I appreciate you coming down here today. I just had really a couple of questions along the compliance grounds. And you're the Director of Compliance, correct, Ms. Richardson?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And United Coin, as you know, I called both items 3 and 4 that are on our agenda for SS Fuels, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I was curious about how we're doing on compliance and how many locations are we involved with Century Gaming now? If you could tell me.
I'm sorry, is this question for Century or for SNS?
Well, it could be for either one. I first would like to know for Century Gaming, how many locations you have out there, and then we can go to the compliance area.
Well, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, Madam Secretary, this is Tim Cogswell, for the record, Vice President, General Manager. With our relationship regarding directly to SNS Fuels, we are over a dozen locations that we're working on with them, and more to come. As a company as a whole, we are closer to about 475 partnered locations that we do within the state of Nevada. And that ranges from space lease locations, participation, as well as just leasing our technology.
Okay, very good. And at these locations, which are a lot, tell me a little bit about what you're doing with your COVID protocols.
Sure, I'd like to answer that, Debbie, if you like. We have been since day one, and we will continue to follow all the practice safety measures and requirements that have been set forth by Gaming Control Board as well as CDC. And that's for all of our partner locations and then internally as well with all our employees. We're doing everything that they've recommended, from spacing to plexi partitions to cleaning regimens whenever we visit locations, and constantly communicating with our partner locations to make sure that they're following up and doing what they're supposed to do as well.
And if I might, something we implemented a while back was we have a checklist that we use for all other compliance issues, and we have it checked weekly every time there's a team that goes out. We have added additional questions on there that need to be answered with regard to all the COVID compliance. So we did that quite a while back at the beginning to make sure we were, checking on each location for masks, for, social distancing.
Okay. Do you do anything aggressively in making sure the compliance with those COVID issues? Do you, for example, have regularly scheduled meetings with management? Do you get together and talk about complying with those protocols that are passed down through the Gaming Control Board and our staff? How do you handle those things internally?
Well, for example, whenever there's a notification that comes out, I immediately pass it on to Tim, and then we talk with the management team regarding any new notices that come out, whether it's COVID related or any other compliance issue. And we do hold weekly management meetings where we go over anything that's substantive regarding any new issues that have come out with regard to compliance.
Okay, very good. I had just one other question I was curious about, because it seemed to me like with all these locations, sometimes things can get dropped through the cracks, and I wanted to make sure that you are following up really intensely, making sure that things don't fall through the crack. We had an issue on, I think on restricted 3, where the location got closed without proper notification. And I believe you, Ms. Richardson, had indicated that you've made some changes in the compliance requirements to ensure that that doesn't happen again, correct?
Absolutely. And Tim can address what we've done internally with regard to notification processes. But we also, at this management meeting that I referred to, we had added an area strictly for compliance related issues and talking about closures, changeovers, anything of that nature. So that's been added to our weekly meetings.
Okay, very good then. Well, I didn't have any other questions on 3 or 4. Those you answered the questions in areas I was very concerned about and interested in. Let me turn to my commissioners, see if they have any questions. If not, we'd be ready to entertain a motion. Any questions, Commissioner Solis Rainey?
No, Mr. Chairman. I thought these were pretty straightforward, and I didn't have questions on either one, but could make a motion if there's no other questions from any other of my colleagues.
I just have a quick question.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Brown.
In terms of construction, I thought there was a notation about the reopening at the end of May or early June due to some construction delays. Is that still on track?
My understanding is we should be ready to go the beginning of June, mid-June.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
All right, I believe we have a motion to be made. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to restricted items number 3 and 4, I would move for approval of these items as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read by Madam Secretary.
All right, very good. We have a motion. Any discussion by the commission on the motion? Not seeing any. I ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs? Aye. Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Moran?
Aye. All right, that will take care of 3 and 4, and we thank you, Ms. Richardson, for coming down today, and appreciate your response to the questions, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Chair Moran, if I may,
Yes.
I did make a disclosure for item 3, but I noted we were taking 3 and 4 together, so that disclosure applies equally to item 4.
I kind of remember. Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
your disclosure only goes, as my understanding is, to 3.
And 4.
And 4?
Yes,
Okay,
in the avoidance of doubt. Thank you.
Okay, very good then. All right, so the record is clear. Commissioner Brown has made a sufficient disclosure on restricted 3 and restricted 4, which were combined on this agenda by the chair. All right, very, very good. Let's go to the next item.
Next item is restricted number 6, which is the application of Lisa Carrison Ltd. doing business as Putter's Bar and Grill number 13 for restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Do we have an applicant?
We are here. Dennis Wetwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and with me is Mike Berry from Putters. We don't have an affirmative presentation today, but there was some discussion on the record regarding some litigation that putters had and a inquiry by the Department of Labor, and then some questions on distance requirements. And we can discuss those if you'd like, and we're open to questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gottwald. You're getting a lot of airtime on our agendas these days. It's always good to see you.
That.
You bet. I wanted to ask Mr. Berry to give me his history a little bit. Tell me a little bit about, what he does and where he's been and what he's doing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to answer your questions. I'm a 35-year resident of Nevada. Moved here from Arizona. I worked in a couple of the casinos early in the late 80s, worked for Bill Bennett down in Colorado. Moved back up here, had an opportunity to go to work for Mr. Tiberti and Mr. Paulus. I was one of the original team members of the original putters in 1996. Worked through the ranks, got into management, was a regional manager. In 2002, Mr. Tiberti bought out Mr. Paulus. He was the sole owner at that point, and he gave me the opportunity to be the operating manager for his taverns. There were 6 of them at that time. And over the next, 8-9 years, we grew to 12 locations. 2019, we sold 6. We were down to 6. And we are in the process now of going for putters number 13 in the city of Henderson.
All right, very good. I appreciate that history. And it seems, just for the record, that a lot of the people that you've worked for, I've worked for as well, and are friends of mine. I was in-house counsel for Bill Bennett for a number of years, and Ronaldo and Tiberti and the whole family friends. And we get back to Paulus. I mean, you're working with some really nice people, so that speaks well of you. I was worried, not worried, but I was concerned. And I wanted to talk to basically your attorney, Mr. Gottwald, about the areas of those 2 churches that are, one church is supporting you and the other church is opposing you. I used to do a little bit of licensing work back in the day, and I know that there's some pretty hard and fast rules that deal with churches and places of worship. So I wanted to have briefly a little information from Mr. Gottwald where this location is and where you guys are in relationship to the one church that supports you and the other church that doesn't. So, Mr. Gottwald.
I appreciate you bringing that up. Henderson has a requirement that gaming establishments be 500 feet away from churches. The condition is waivable if there's a minor arterial street. That's a street that's 100 feet wide in between that essentially serves as a buffer zone. The Methodist Church is probably about 700, 800 feet away from the Putter's Bar. It's located in a little L-shaped strip mall. Currently, it's just a pad. The Methodist Church is across the street on Horizon. I don't think that they had the complaint. I believe it was the Baptist Church that was across the street on College Drive. And College Drive is a minor arterial. It's 100 feet wide. And there's 475 feet of actual distance between putters and the Baptist Church. And the city of Henderson looked at that distance requirement and was willing to waive it and entitle the property for that use because of that separation and the fact that there was just a 25-foot difference. Additionally, there are already 3 gaming locations in the area. There's Hammer's Bar, which is maybe 700, 800 feet away from the Baptist Church. There's an Albertsons that's about that distance. And then there's a Shed with restricted gaming, an Albertsons with restricted gaming. And then there's a convenience store, a Chevron with 7 machines that's maybe 800 feet away. So there's already gaming in that area. So I think that probably played into their consideration. And hopefully that addresses your question.
Okay, very good. I was curious that is the measurement of that 500 feet where you're lacking 25, is that door to door or is it by property line to property line?
Door to door. Door to door, it
Okay.
has to be, yeah.
Okay. All right. I was curious about that. Well, I didn't have any other questions. Those were the ones that you basically answered for me. Let me see if any of the commissioners have any other questions or a motion. Commissioner Fuchs, anything up north?
No, sir. I think we had a pretty extensive discussion concerning the location and the labor issues that I'm satisfied with the board meeting, and I'm willing to move forward with a motion if my colleagues are ready to go.
All right. I think we are ready to go. Go ahead.
Chairman, I move for approval of restricted item number 6 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Okay, very good. Seeing no discussion on the motion, I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Ramey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Gutwald, and thank you, Mr. Berry, for coming down here today.
I would like
And
to
good
just
luck.
I'd like to take a second to thank Board Member Johnson for his service. I understand that you know, his term will be ending, and I think I've appeared before him for the last time. So I just wanted to recognize what a pleasure it's been to work with him over the years, and congratulate him for his fine effort here and the work ethic that he showed over the years. So thank you, Board Member Johnson. You will be missed.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Madam Secretary, next item, I believe we're up to 12 and 13, if we could do them together.
Definitely. Restricted number 12 is the application of Rebel Slots, Inc. doing business at Biscuits and Bourbon for restricted gaming license. And restricted 13 is the application of Rebel Slots, Inc. doing business at Street Burger for restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board on both items is for approval.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Do we have a applicant or attorney present? I see somebody there.
Good afternoon.
Is that Ms. Powers?
No, I'm Darcy Yakubik, owner of Biscuits and Bourbon.
Okay, very good. Go ahead. Could you state your name and your address on this? Can you hear me? Is your video and audio not working? We can see you.
I apologize, my mute just keeps going on and off for me.
Oh, I heard that. I
Okay.
heard that. Okay, you're back on. And who's with you today?
My husband, Joe Yakubik, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm here too. We're actually not the applicant though. Rebel
That's
Gaming's
fine.
applicant. It kicked me off when it logged in, so I think it may have kicked them off as well.
All right. Well, I wanted to, I had a question on this, and you've never been licensed before, correct?
No, here comes, everybody's coming to the party.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Moran. Can you
Good
hear me now?
afternoon. I can hear you. Would you like to state your name on the record?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman Moran. Good afternoon, members of the commission and Madam Secretary. My name is Christian Barton with the law firm Morris, Sullivan & Lemkel, representing applicant Rebel Slots Incorporated. I'm happy to appear before the commission today to introduce agenda items number 12 and 13. Present with us remotely, we have Ms. Karina Powers, who serves as the gaming director for Rebel Slots. Also in attendance are Joseph and Darcy Yakubik, the business operators for the locations known as Biscuits and Bourbon and Street Burger. We do not have an affirmative presentation, but we are here and all three are present to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
All right, very good. Thank you for making that record. I had this over, not held over for action because of basically that your clients had never been licensed before. So I wanted to hear a little bit about them, and then I had a question about the operation concerning this concept of bands playing in the location. So First of all, if I could hear, since they've never been licensed before, a little bit about their background.
Sure. Are you referencing Rebel Slots or Biscuits and Bourbon and Street Burger?
The individuals.
Okay. Ms. Yakovic and Mr. Yakovic, could you speak a little bit about yourselves for Chairman Moran?
Yes,
yeah, I'll go ahead. I've grown up born and raised in Las Vegas, Henderson area. Moved to Henderson when I was 6 years old and have been here since, other than my 4 years going to college in Reno. And then I moved back here, where I have been a school teacher and school counselor for the last 20 years. And we decided just recently, my husband really got interested in the downtown Water Street, Henderson area and revitalizing that. And that's where he can kind of pick up on that. So.
All right, very, very good. And are you going to devote your full time and attention to the location?
Well, we actually have an operating partner and manager that I oversee and visit regularly. Obviously, that was one of our main goals with the restaurant, is having some place to go in Henderson, since the older Henderson area was lacking in different restaurants and activities for families. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I noticed in the paperwork that there was a reference to bands playing there. Can you tell me a little bit about that and how that's going to work?
You want me to touch on that real quick, Darcy?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So under the City of Henderson guidelines, the urban lounge licensing requires live entertainment as one of the elements of that urban lounge. So basically our live entertainment, we had to do a complete agenda of events from, karaoke to, bands and whatnot. So due to COVID restrictions, a lot of those prior events and whatnot have been bookshelved for right now. So we're really starting to work back as opening is going back to 80% and back to 100%. We'll look back to see what really works in the venue. But from a band side, it won't be like a live band. It'll be more of like an individual singing type thing is what we've really looked at in that venue as Biscuits Bourbon.
Okay, well, very good. That was the only questions I had, is that, and you've answered them for me. I was curious about that band issue, and thank you for sharing that information. I don't have any other questions. I'll look to my fellow commissioners. If they don't have any, maybe we'll have a motion and we can move on. Commissioners?
Thank you so much. Just very quickly, I really like the name, Biscuits and Bourbon. I like the alliteration that comes with that. And street burger, who doesn't like the street burger? It sounds delicious. Where do you look for the acts in the bands? One act, one person. What are your sources or resources in terms of finding performances?
I think Darcy touched a little bit on her background from being in Henderson for a long time. I've been a Henderson resident for 40 years now. I don't like to say that because it actually ages me. But so 40 years I've been there. When we, went to Water Street and really started looking at the availability of property and seeing what was there, I used to go to parades when I was 5 years old down there. And so, one of the big things we looked at was just the lack of development, the lack of resources, the lack of venues for residents in the immediate area, the 89015, 89002, 89014. And so as we started to develop these concepts, circling back around to the acts and whatnot, we're looking for locals. So a lot of the conversations we have right now are with customers that come in as we're starting to tiptoe down the road. Darcy's at basic high school. We've talked to, the choir director because they have students, that have graduated and are now, searching their careers in singing and things like that. So what we're really looking at is a grassroots venue that can really showcase the residents that are there and bring people down there that are in that area. And so, we're not using any type of promoters or anything like that. We're really just, going after the grassroots sessions.
Thank you. I like that you're cultivating the local cultural scene. And don't forget the Killers were a small little local band and now they're internationally renowned. So good luck. I welcome the new concepts and I thank you for all of the energy you're putting into the revitalization efforts. And I'm prepared to make a motion unless somebody has any other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. And, those are good questions, and I think that we're ready for a motion on this one. Again, on this, it wasn't held on the action agenda because of any concerns about the background. Basically, first time a licensee, we always like to have that there so we can get to know people, they can get to know us. Having said that, I think we're ready for a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am ready for a motion. I move for approval of the restricted items number 12 and 13, which were heard together, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. I don't believe there's any other further questions on the motion. Not seeing any. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck going forward, and look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thank you. All right. All right, Madam Secretary, we'll call the enrolled agent next, and then we'll take a 10-minute break and go with the last item. Thank you.
Awesome. The next item for your consideration is an application for enrollment to practice as an agent before the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Nevada Gaming Commission as submitted by Rahul Sodahai.
Okay. Do we have the applicant? Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your opportunity to have me here.
All right. Thank you. Would you state your name on the record?
Yes, my name is Rahul Sodhi, and I've applied for to be an enrolled agent to practice before Nevada Gaming Control Board and Commission.
Well, thank you and welcome down here today. And we appreciate you coming down so we could discuss your enrollment application. I know that there may be some questions. I'm going to turn this over to my fellow commissioners first. They may have some questions on your application. So looking at Commissioner
yes,
Brown, nothing. Commissioner Brown, nothing there. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't have anything on it either, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Fuchs.
Sure. Just welcome, sir. And a quick question. Are you looking for approval for a particular case or matter or to appear for us on any case?
To be in general enrolled agent to appear in any case.
Okay. I wanted to make sure we had clarification of that. And I appreciate you submitting your background. I didn't see anything that jumped out at me. I'll wait for my colleagues to say something if they need to, but that was the one clarification that I did want to make.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Cohen.
First of all, almost welcome to being an enrolled agent. Number two, my question was squarely what Commissioner Fuchs just asked, so I'm satisfied. And I would hope that the motion on your enrollment would reflect the general enrollment before this board and commission.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, well, I didn't have any questions. I looked through the materials. I looked through your enrollment application request, and I don't have any difficulties with this. Do we have a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll move for approval of the new registry. Let me see how I should word this here. Of our enrolled agent, Rahul Sodhi, and grant the application for enrollment to appear in any case or matter.
Okay, very good then. We have a motion made.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
You know what, I just want to make sure with our attorney, Brian, was that satisfactory?
Yes, it was, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. I always like to double check.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion is affirmed, and we thank you, sir, for coming down here. Good luck with your enrollment.
Thank you very
we
much,
look forward to
Chairman.
seeing you in the
Commissioners.
future.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Very good. We'll be in a 10-minute recess at this time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
going to YouTube that.
Hello, Deputy McKellar.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
I'm good, but that wasn't me.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Oh, good.
All right. I think that we're on live and direct.
We are ready.
All right. All right. I'm all set here. We're all set on this end. Okay. Go ahead, Madam Secretary.
The next item for your consideration are proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 22 as noted on the agenda. We did receive 3 regulation comments via email, one on behalf of Las Vegas Dissemination Inc. and Nevada Disseminator Service Inc., one from Churchill Downs Incorporated, and one from Breeders' Cup. All emails have been provided to the commissioners and are available on our website. In addition, a copy will be attached to the commission disposition as part of the record.
All right. Very good. All right. Do we have, who do we have here with us? Okay. I'm looking on the screen. Okay. All right. Very, very good then. Let's get started here. I imagine, I want to first start on this item and take it a step at a time. And let's begin with a little history lesson, if you will, on when this started and some dates that are really important. This isn't a case of first impression today. This is a case that's been around for a while and has come and been decided more than 1 or 2 times at various levels. So on August 12 of 2020, the Gaming Control Board had a hearing on proposed amendments to Reg 22.080. And then what happened was there was amendments proposed by the Attorney General's office based on a request from the Nevada Parimutuel Association. And after that all came to fruition, the Gaming Control Board recommended to the Gaming Commission adoption of that Regulation 22080. What happened next historically, on August 27th, 2020, the Nevada Gaming Commission had a hearing on Reg 22.080 amendments at our regularly scheduled August monthly meeting. We adopted that regulation 22.080, and it had in it a sunset provision, and that adoption was made in for November 2020 sunset. What happened after that is that on September 22nd, 2020, the Gaming Control Board workshop on the proposed regulations took place. So there was an actual workshop as a separate project from the amendments that were passed in August. No action was taken then until March 18th, 2021. And that's when the Gaming Commission had a hearing on the reg petition as filed on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel Association by Attorney Rubenstein to amend Reg 22080 as part of its March regularly scheduled meeting. Well, when that came to us, we accepted the petition, the Nevada Gaming Commission, and we referred it to the Gaming Control Board for consideration and action. And that was under docket 2021-01 RP. So after we sent it to the Gaming Control Board for consideration and action, on April 8th, 2021, the Gaming Control Board had a hearing on the proposed amendments to Reg 22080 as part of its April regular monthly meeting. At that time, the Gaming Control Board recommended to the Nevada Gaming Commission the adoption of that draft dated April 8th, 2021. So that's the historical events from a regulatory standpoint that I have that I wanted to make a record on. I also want to make a further record on the record that I am receiving into this hearing, as Madam Secretary has referenced when we began this part of the agenda today, 3 letters. One letter is dated April 22nd, 2021, which is the Breeders' Cup from Drew Fleming. I'm also putting into the record, as referenced by Madam Secretary at the beginning of these proceedings, Churchill Downs' letter by Brad Blackwell, Senior Vice President and General Counsel. And I'm also putting in the letter from Attorney Mark Ferrario, dated April 20th, 2021, that has 2 exhibits. Exhibit A, which is a letter previously written some time ago on August 26, 2020, and Exhibit B, that also has a previous letter written September 21st, 2020. All these letters are part of the record, as referenced by myself here as chairman, and I form a part of the proceedings here today on the petition is filed by Mr. Rubenstein on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel for amendment on hearing on the regulation petition. Now, having said that preliminarily, okay, I would like at this time to ask respectfully if Mr. McCullough from the Attorney General's office, is a senior Attorney General, is present to present the language of the draft and make some initial comments. Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, Chair Moran, and good afternoon, Chair Moran, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McCullough with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today is the Nevada Parimutuel Association's petition to amend Regulation 22.080 to effectively allow books to take action on the Kentucky Derby. Chair Moran did a nice job putting the history into the record, so I will skip that part of my presentation and jump straight into the amendments. The amendments would allow the board chair to approve requests from race books to determine the winners of wagers on horse races with information received from a nationally televised broadcast without using a disseminator. The NPMA petition makes 3 changes to the version of Regulation 22.080 as adopted by the Commission last August and which sunset on November 19th, 2020. 1, the races exempted from the disseminator requirements would have to be specific graded races. 2, there must not be a parimutuel agreement in place between the track and the book concerning the exempted race. And 3, the cutoff for accepting wagers on an exempted race is when the first horse enters the starting gate. Those items were discussed during the August Board and Commission hearings, but were not added due to the tight timeline for adoption in order to allow wagers on last year's delayed Kentucky Derby. The board recommendation to you includes these 3 changes. The board also included in its recommended language a few minor changes designating the entity which determines what constitutes a graded stakes race, adding the off-track parimutuel wagering committee as a contracting entity, and maintaining the consistent language of horse or other animal throughout the section. The board also included one significant change to the NPMA's proposed language in its recommendation: a sunset of the changes with a date of the December 2021 Commission meeting. During the board's consideration of the petition on April 8th, 2021, LVDC did not appear or submit comment. However, LVDC, through counsel, submitted written comments yesterday, reiterating the arguments it made during hearings of the board and commission related to this matter held on August 27th, 2020 and September 22nd, 2020. The comments presented by LVDC do not present anything which was not considered by the commission and the board last year. As such, and while I am prepared to do so, unless the commission desires otherwise, I will not reiterate my analysis of the relevant statutes which shows the proposed changes comport with statute. Churchill Downs also submitted a letter yesterday afternoon concerning, among other things, certain protections afforded to it by the Interstate Horse Racing Act. I will limit my comments on the letter to the fact that Nevada books are probably exempt, at least for non-parimutuel wagers, from the Interstate Horse Racing Act. The board has considered the petition of the NPMA and made recommendations concerning the NPMA's language, if you deem it appropriate to adopt changes to Regulation 22.080. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCall. I appreciate that. And we probably will have questions from the commissioners at the appropriate time. I'm going to begin asking Mr. Rubenstein to come forward and also to present his petition. He doesn't have to be very lengthy since we've seen this going on for over 2 years now. It seemed like longer, but that I would like to hear from Mr. Rubenstein on his presentation. But I would also, during that, I would like to set a little bit of a deadline for us and people that appear in front of us. I've already introduced the letters of everybody's position that came in fairly late, just days before. And those are part of the record that set forth the contentions of some of the people who have requested to testify and present their viewpoints on this. So I would ask each of the participants, including Mr. Rubenstein, to confine their initial comments to a 7-minute each requirement. We're very familiar with everybody's position in this. We're very familiar with the documents that have been submitted. We're very familiar with the arguments that have been made. And I would therefore request Mr. Rubenstein and those who follow him that have asked to be involved in this conference call and who have in fact submitted letters, like I said, a day or two before, to confine their remarks and position to the 7-minute requirement. So having said that, Mr. Rubenstein, come up. You've got 7 minutes to give us your petition and view.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein & Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel Association. Appearing with me today are Patty Jones, the Executive Director of the NPMA, and Barry Lieberman, Counsel for South Point. Also like to point out that all of the Nevada books are monitoring this hearing on the live stream and are fully in support of these amendments. As mentioned at the board hearing and before you last month, the last thing we wanted to do was to be back here before you on this, but as you already covered, we had a fairly short sunset and allowed it to lapse in the hopes that a new agreement would be reached with Churchill Downs. Unfortunately, we never got there, and I don't think it would serve this commission or this process very well to go through chapter and verse of, you know, where we were with the negotiations, where we are with the negotiations, and, you know, who did what to who and who's in the right or the wrong with respect to their negotiating position. But suffice to say that we made a record and will continue to make a record that there is little financial benefit in us being the Nevada books not being part of the off-track parimutuel wagering pool. It limits the wagers we can offer our customer. It limits the size of the wagers we can offer our customer. And so for that reason, there really is no incentive for the books and the Parimutuel Association to do anything but try to make a deal with Churchill Downs. I would like to address the sunset again. I believe it's still a little bit too short for the Parimutuel Association to have any meaningful leverage in ongoing negotiations. The only entity of those involved that the sunset puts pressure on are the books and the NPMA. No additional pressure is put on either the track or the disseminator. So we would ask that be reconsidered by the commission. And our request initially was through the end of the December 2023 meeting. And that's meaningful only that it gives us a full opportunity to seek a legislative remedy if we have to. I don't know. I think it's very generous of you, Mr. Chairman, to have accepted those letters into the record. I will note that we copied counsel for LVDC on the original petition filed back in early March. So I would imagine they received plenty of notice. And I believe we also heard prior to the board meeting that they had received a letter from Churchill Downs threatening litigation in the event LVDC decided to use other sources of information to provide the results of the Derby and Oaks and other stakes races to the books. I'd just like to reserve the rest of my time to see if Mr. Lieberman had anything he wanted to add before we move on to other speakers.
Very good, Mr. Rubenstein.
Yeah,
Mr. Lieberman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Barry Lieberman. I'm an attorney with the South Point Hotel and Casino. And in the interest of time, I think Mark presented our viewpoint absolutely correctly. I am here to answer any questions because I have a historical knowledge of how this has gone on and on racing in Nevada since I've been on this pari-mutuel committee almost 20 years. So I don't have any affirmative remarks, but we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. And I must say, we appreciate you coming down today with your historical knowledge of this whole area. And I believe that there will be questions for you. We'd ask you to stand by as we go through this process. And thank you for coming down again. And we'll be back in touch later today. All right, let's go to who would like to go next on the ones that who had submitted letters. Anybody would like to talk about their position? Is anybody else joining us on this? I'd like to hear from whoever's out there that would like to have a say in this, to step up, and let's hear from them.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's Mark Ferrario. Members of the commission, Madam Secretary, as you know from my correspondence and previous appearance on this matter, I represent Las Vegas Dissemination Company and Nevada Disseminator Service. I will heed your admonition. The only reason I'm here is to make sure that my comments that were made previously at prior hearings are part of the record. And I submitted the prior two letters that we sent on this matter, which I think succinctly sets forth our legal arguments and why the prior amendment and this current amendment runs afoul of the current regulatory scheme in the state of Nevada. With that, I'll answer any questions you have, but I just wanted to make sure these were included as part of the record. Thank you.
All right, and I would similarly ask you to stand by as well to see if there's anyone else out there wants to make a comment on this. I would say, Mr. Ferrario, that we appreciate you coming down. We appreciate receiving on several occasions your well-written legal analysis and position. We appreciate that, and we appreciate you adhering to the time allotted in today's hearing. So we have all read those letters and your position paper with the two attached exhibits, A and B, that we received again, like I said, in the last day or so. And I know all the commission has looked at that at length, and I'm sure that there could be questions to you subsequently. So thank you for attending. So is there anybody else at this time that would like to speak?
Sure, Chairman Moran. This is Brad Blackwell with Churchill Downs Incorporated.
Yes, Mr. Blackwell, welcome, and nice to see you. And I have your letter in front of me.
Thank you. Chairman Moran, commissioners and staff, thank you for the opportunity to participate today. I'm Brad Blackwell, as I mentioned, General Counsel for Churchill Downs Incorporated. our outside counsel, Kirkland and Ellis, is observing the hearing and will be representing us throughout these and any related proceedings. And again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Today is really a part of a larger problem for us. We feel changes are long overdue in Nevada, and we must get away from the economic protectionism and the cartel that has really plagued the horse racing industry for decades and gotten us to where we are today. I did notice that the AG referenced probably legal under the IHA. So, certainly I think he appreciates that we do have some concerns with what's going on. There are some questions there. And it's important to be clear about what the proposed amendment today really is. And that is an attempt to allow Nevada businesses to steal CDIs and others' property and use that property for a commercial purpose that competes with the actual property owners, and use that leverage to continue to demand well below market rates for the preferred pari-mutuel product. While the proposed amendment may grant Nevada casinos and books a limited form of state immunity, Nevada cannot shield its businesses from federal law, nor can it authorize its business to violate CDI's federal laws, rights, and impunity. The request this year for a permanent change attempts to expand the permitted use of broadly disseminated TV broadcasts to now grade 1, 2, and 3 races to run the non-pari-mutuel race books in Nevada casinos. We see this as an all-out attack on the horse racing industry and appears to be replacing any efforts to work out a deal to give the customers what they really want: access to all types of wagers at true track odds without what has been described as ridiculous caps. I heard the customer complaints when the hearing first started today, what seemed like, I guess, 4 or 5 hours ago. And we asked this commission to consider the customers, while the request before you today is all about making it easier to give them an inferior product. Booked wagers is bad for the horse racing industry and bad for the customer. When we hear Nevada residents talking about leaving the state to bet on the Derby, there is a problem. As I mentioned, change is needed in Nevada, but not the change being requested today. The proposed amendment would just be another step in the wrong direction to protect the books to the detriment of everyone else. We respectfully ask the NGC to deny the proposed amendment and turn your attention to the larger problems. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the time you took in appearing today. And also thank you for your letter that you sent in. And we appreciate you and your interest in your comments. And we appreciate you adhering to the time requirements as well. So having said that, I would ask if Mr. Drew Fleming is going to speak from the Breeders' Cup, who submitted a letter.
Mr. Chairman, we did receive a request from the Breeders' Cup to participate in the meeting. However, we received that request 10 minutes before the meeting started, so we declined the request due to that late request.
Okay. All right. Very, very, very good then. All right. At this point, I'm in a position where I would suggest that if anybody has anything else they want to add to the record right now, that they do so. Like I said, we have all the materials, we've read all the materials, but now is the time to vocally state your positions, which you have. And if anybody has anything more they want to add to that, I'd like to hear from them again right now. If not, I'm going to bring it back to the commissioners for anybody who may have questions, and then discussion, and then ultimately a decision. So anybody else out there on this that would like to speak?
Yeah, Mr.
Yes?
Chairman, I'm not going to ask the commission to adjudicate this issue, but I do want to touch on the allegation that somehow the Nevada books are stealing a property right that belongs to Churchill Downs. I just want to cite the 90 years of history that Nevada books have in wagering on racing and sporting events, the results of which are not, and law has established they are not, anyone's property right. The only issue that we've had to address is how those results will be delivered due to a Nevada regulation that goes back historically for reasons unrelated to the reasons we're here today, that requires the results to be delivered by a licensed disseminator. And all we're asking for is an exception from that rule. The results themselves belong to the public. They are not protectable intellectual property, and I cited the NBA versus Motorola case in our original petition, which is really the seminal case in that area. So again, I don't expect the commission to adjudicate that particular issue, but I wanted to put on the record that we couldn't disagree with Mr. Blackwell's comments any more strongly as to that issue.
Okay, very good. Any other further comments from either Mr. Ferrario? Any other further comments from Churchill? Excuse me. I want to make sure to get everybody. Ferrario, Mr. Blackwell, and obviously Mr. Fleming sent in a letter but is not on. Any further comments at this time before we take it back to the commission to ask questions and/or comments?
This is Mark Ferrario again, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to mire you down in a debate over whether it's pursuant to statute or regulation as to the role of a disseminator. I think we've set that out in our letter briefs to you. Nevada law requires race information to come from a licensed disseminator if you're going to use it to run a business. That's very clear. We've set that out. So it's more than just a regulation that prohibits, we think, the adoption of this amendment. It's the Nevada revised statutes as well. We've set that out here. So with that, I'll stop talking. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferraro. All right. Well, then we'll at this time, I'll bring it back to the commission to ask any questions or comments. And we can start with Mr. Cohen, Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start with the following. And it just expands upon Chairman Rand's introductory comments. Where we are today, not only are we not further along than we were in August of 2020, but I actually think there's been a regression, if you will. This gaming commission is not here to deliver or opine about a private dispute between the Breeders' Cup, between Churchill Downs, between LVDC, the Nevada Parimutuel Association. What we are here to do is protect the integrity of gaming in the state of Nevada. What we are here to do is protect patrons with an expectation that they're able to wager as best they can within the confines of the law, within the confines of the licenses granted to each individual licensee. So we are faced with the question, does the Gaming Commission and the state of Nevada turn its back on patrons who want to wager on the Kentucky Derby weekend, the largest weekend in racing for the year, turn its back on Churchill Downs races, grades 1, 2, and 3, while this private dispute lingers. And I, for one, again, I'm only one vote. I, for one, don't believe that this commission, while we don't want to be in this position, we do not want to be in a position to legislate from the bench, if you will, but we'll do what we have to do to ensure that patrons are protected, to ensure that the state of Nevada, especially in these troubled times, is allowed to offer a product. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, at least from my perspective, I'm very unhappy with, interested parties coming in on April 22nd and April 21st with things that could have been brought before this, this commission and the Gaming Control Board since August of 2020. My position is, again, we will not be in a position to legislate and to make rulings from this commission on who's right and who's wrong. We are squarely on the side of the law, and we're squarely on the side of the patrons and their expectations in today's difficult times. And with that, I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners.
All right. Any of the commissioners have any further comments or wish to ask any questions?
Sorry. Chair, just one question, and I agree with Commissioner Cohen. I certainly did not want to be in this position. I was really hoping that something would get done. And I know at our last go round, we talked about someone going to the legislature, and I guess Mr. Rubenstein will ask, were there any efforts to try to get those changes made?
Commissioner, we really felt that we could negotiate and not be here, and perhaps we were tilting at a very large windmill, but that was the preferred position of the group, was to make a good faith effort at negotiating a parimutuel contract and not undertake the very expensive and lengthy and political issues that we would have to deal with pursuing a legislative solution. So that was the reason we're back before you.
And I agree. I would have hoped this would have been resolved. I think it's kind of put everyone in a difficult position. I agree with Commissioner Cohen on how we would probably like to proceed. Just express my disappointment. I would like this to go as recommended by the Gaming Control Board for a few reasons. As far as the sunset, I don't mind 2021 because I'm hoping everyone will get this together and address it sooner rather than later. If you were hopeful you could get it done before this legislative session, I'm hoping that you at least have made some progress and try to get this done within the next 12 months. Seems to me like a long time. In addition, I think we have a couple of pieces of the reg that nothing can happen without our chair approval, which I think is important. And also that if there's any agreement put into place, this goes away. So I think those two pieces of this amendment are very important. And I guess that's all I gotta say. Really disappointed that we're here and really don't want to be back here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. I want to make a couple of comments at the outside of this thing. And basically these comments are for Mr. McCullough. That I want to look at the proposed draft regulation that's in front of us to consider today. It's my understanding, Mr. McCullough, that to trigger this, there's a number of safeguards, not only to the public, but to gaming itself in the proposed draft. Is not one safeguard that a book has to file a request with the chair at least 7 days prior to the races? Isn't that correct?
It sure is, Mr. Chair.
So that is a step that is what could be considered as a safeguard. So we would have a time frame when anybody wished to avail themselves of this regulation that they would have to comply with, or their request wouldn't go forward. Correct?
Right.
Okay. Secondly, another safeguard, it seems to me, is in the express language of paragraph 1 that says that the specific races are grade 1, 2, or 3 stake races as determined, okay, by the American Graded Stakes Committee. You know, that to me is another safeguard in here, because it identifies easily what races we would be talking about if somebody was of a mind to timely file a request with the chair. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And in fact, I think that requirement actually narrows the requirement that was in the sunsetted version of this.
Okay. And to me, another safeguard in this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, in subparagraph 2 in parens, it says there is not an off-track pari-mutuel wagering agreement in place between the track where the races are being held and any licensed race book or the off-track pari-mutuel wagering committee. What that means to me is that if there was such an agreement and the parties under their right to contract made an agreement, that this whole section here that we've been talking about would not even in fact come into play, correct?
Right. The exception to the disseminator requirements would not come into play if there is an agreement.
Very good. And then another safeguard here is when does the book stop accepting wagers? And it's clear here that that's when the first horse or other animal enters the starting gate. So we have a time certain when to protect the bettors and protect the track and protect everybody, including the integrity of the state of Nevada, as to when in fact this triggers and when betting must stop, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And in fact, I think that is in there in case there is any delay in the live broadcast. You won't have the issue of bets being taken on a race that has already started. Okay.
And another safeguard is this can only be a nationally televised broadcast if in fact somebody wishes to try to avail themselves of presenting a request to the chair timely, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So that further limits this. And then another safeguard to me is that it has to have a recordation of the time at the outset of each race of that, so that there has to be an employee other than a betting ticket writer who has to in fact document and specify in writing that it is in fact a valid recording the time and outcome of the race, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And lastly, to me, one of the and always as being chairman and on my fellow commissioners over the years, we've always prided ourselves, and historically the commission is making sure that the policy of the public policy of the state of Nevada is always protected. And I see that is protected in sub E of this. It says that the chair, upon a finding that the request is consistent with the public policy of the state of Nevada set forth in NRS 463.0129, approves the request. So the section itself addresses what the chair, who may or may not be granting a request timely made, must do. It must be in compliance with the stated public policy of the state of Nevada, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then lastly, there's the last final stopgap on this, and that's assuming that there isn't an agreement in place, because if there's an agreement between private parties, that precludes this section. But the last one is that the chair has the authority expressly to rescind the approval of a request upon written notice to the book. So if something runs afoul or something changes or something is different, or the chair has that authority in their hands to say, time out, I'm rescinding it, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and there's no prerequisites for exercising that authority either.
Okay. All right. I thank you, Mr. McCauley. I appreciate you placing that on the record as to the merits of this and what it consists of. So I just want to make one other comment at this point, and then we'll go back to my fellow commissioners and see if they have questions for anybody or any further comment. But let's keep in mind, Nevada is the gold standard of gaming. Okay. We are, in fact, privileged and proud in Nevada to say that our two-tier system of gaming is the gold standard. And we have a standard that everybody else in the nation is envious of and everybody else follows. We set the rules and what we need to do. And we always want to do that in the interest of the gaming industry and all those that are involved in it. But how in the world can we be the gold standard if we can't even have our books accept a bet on a race of the magnitude of the Derby, because private parties decide that they don't want to get together and make a deal for themselves. I don't know why Nevada and gaming regulators should be held hostage, if you will, to whether or not a private party enters into a personal agreement, a private contract with each other in order for Nevada as the gold standard in the industry to go forward and accept bets on the Kentucky Derby when the private parties don't seem to want to make a deal. I don't understand that, but I do understand that we're going to stay the gold standard. And as for me on this issue, I'm going to greatly support this. And I'm also going to greatly support it with a sunset provision of 2023 of December, so that once again, as we've done in the past, the commission can take its hat in its hands and hope that the parties get together and make some sense out of this, so that if they can't get together, they again, like they had the last time, the time to go to the legislature. And they can go and take their case to the legislature and see if there's any relief there. And all the meantime, they can continue to try to work it out amongst themselves. And we don't lose revenues. We don't lose revenues due for the state of Nevada. We don't deny our customers, our bettors, our horse players the right to be able to place a bet on this race in Nevada. And things go on forward from there. So that's where I'm at as one person on the commission. And I agree wholeheartedly with what my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Cohen and Commissioner Fuchs have said. I'm in total agreement with that. But I want to give the parties a little bit more time and make it out to 2023, where they can spend a little more time getting to know each other and spend a little bit more time going up to the legislature and seeing if, in fact, somebody up there wants to make some changes that then come back down to the commission to consider. So that's where I'm at. Now, I'm going to ask for Commissioner Brown to weigh in at this time, or if she has any questions, and also Commissioner Solis Rainey as well. But go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate everyone's perspectives and insights in connection with what I consider to be a very important issue for the state of Nevada. I do have some specific questions, starting first with Mr. Ferrario, who I understand represents the Las Vegas Dissemination, Inc. and Nevada Disseminator Services, Inc. Parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferrario, for being here today. I do appreciate your time. And I understand your client's position, and it seems to be that the proposed amendment to Reg 22080 is a per se violation of NRS 463-430. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me, in connection with the safeguards that I view that are in place under the proposed regulation 220.80, how are those not consistent, at least with the spirit of NRS 463-430?
I think probably the biggest issue we would have is that the system was set up long ago for the state to have control over the company that is disseminating information. They wanted that company to be licensed. So if there's a glitch, okay, then the state knows where to turn. So there's responsibility there, and there's a licensee who's responsible. While Chairman Moran highlighted a number of safeguards, the fact is that falls far short of having a licensee responsible for the dissemination of the information. And that's the best way I could describe it, Commissioner Brown. The system was set up, it's worked flawlessly for, God, aging myself now, over 30 some years. Since parimutuel wagering became, the preferred method of wagering. And we have a situation here that is not of LBDC's making. As Chairman Moran indicated, parties couldn't get together on a contract. And I don't think the failure of those parties to be able to get together on a contract should result in a vitiation of the Nevada system that has worked so well. That's essentially our position.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But you make the point about having a licensed disseminator, but don't we have here similarly situated a licensed race book that has the same obligations? They've come before the Gaming Commission, they've come previously before the board for approval to hold the privilege license. How is that not comparable?
Because under the system as it currently exists, you have a licensed disseminator that you can hold responsible for disseminating the information. And then you also had a licensed book to be responsible for their activities. You're now taking one prong of that protection out. I don't think if there's a problem, who are you going to go? Who are you going to go to if there's a problem with the dissemination of the information? You're not going to go to NBC or CBS. So that's the issue.
I appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead.
Right now, under the statutory scheme as it exists, and under the regulations that were in place, we put, and I'm not going to regurgitate all this. It's in my letter, the legislative history. Yes. The Nevada legislature said to have a system that is really, as Chairman Moran said, the gold standard. We're going to license disseminators. We're going to license books. We're going to license all aspects of this. And the fact is, when you allow a book to pull results off of the national broadcast, you're eroding some of that protection. And I would call your attention to the comments Mr. Roberts made at the prior hearing, and I don't have them all committed to memory. I wish I had the transcript in front of me now, but I don't. But he highlighted a number of potential problem areas. So I think we've addressed that in our pleading, and I think I hope I've answered your questions here today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you talk about glitches or potential inconsistencies, but have you ever, or do you have any data, empirical data that you can provide to the commission today regarding inconsistencies between the disseminators historically and nationally televised broadcast information in the last 10 or 15 years?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, because there wouldn't really be, I don't know that we would be tracking that, because my client gets the information, and then disseminates it and is responsible for it. And the books can rely on it. So I don't know that we're comparing to what might happen on a national feed. So I don't have that. To the extent I understand your question, I don't have anything that I can point you to.
No, and you've answered the question. And the point that I'm trying to make is I'm concerned that there's, it's I think your client's burden to provide that information to us so we can understand. When you talk about glitches, it's not just some ethereal concept, but something that's real and tangible. And I simply don't have that before me. So I'm comfortable with the safeguards that are in place under the proposed amendment under Regulation 22-080, because I just don't have anything more other than something that's conceptual from the disseminators. And then just quickly, if I could turn my attention to...
May I comment on that just one bit, because that actually raises a good point. And I dealt with this back in 2013 when we were negotiating the current agreement. The fact is, we don't have that information, and really you don't see much in the way of problems coming before you from this industry. And the reason you don't have that information is because it's worked so well and it's worked seamlessly for over 30 years. That's why you don't have that. And that's why you don't see this industry, my client, in front of you hardly ever. Now, we have this unfortunate situation, and it is unfortunate. And I appreciate the comments made by all the commissioners that you don't want to be in this position. I don't want to be here either. And Las Vegas Dissemination doesn't want to be here. But I think your comment just brings to mind that comment that I've made previously. This industry, the way it's set up with the regulatory safeguards, works extremely well. It's seamless. And it was set up appropriately 30 years ago, and it should remain intact is really what I'd like to say. So with that, I'll conclude.
I appreciate that, and the disseminators remain intact. We're not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to do anything to undermine the disseminators, but I don't have any testimony or evidence that you've had quite a bit of time to provide to us and proffer to the commission that explains to me why the nationally televised broadcast system that is included in the regulation is simply not effective, not reliable, or problematic. So I do appreciate your comments. And then I just have a quick question for Mr. Blackwell, if he's still available.
Mr. Blackwell?
Yeah, sorry, I was having difficulty unmuting.
All right. Commissioner Brown has a question or two for you.
Thank you, sir, for appearing before us today. And a couple of questions. Can you tell me why you did not make a presentation or participate before the commission when we had this issue before us previously? Because I was interested in hearing from you. I just didn't receive, like today you're here and I appreciate that, but why weren't you here before?
Sure. Well, we did submit a letter, I think about a year ago, did not understand the process to participate. And I think there was the workshop that we were unable to attend. So apologize for that. Certainly, it's more difficult when you're following this from afar and aren't always included in all the communication. So I apologize. It's not due to a lack of interest. Like others, we were hoping that our issues would be resolved, and unfortunately they're not. So it's certainly a difficult time for us as a public company this time of year, and certainly preparing for another very unique Derby. We're just happy it's back in the first Saturday of May coming up next week.
Thank you. We're happy it's back as well. And in your letter on page 1, dated April 21st, 2021, there's a statement that's made, and I'm hoping somebody can help explain it or elaborate. It says, it's the second paragraph, page 2, page 1 towards the bottom. There are many less intrusive intrusive ways to determine the outcome of a race or outcome of a wager than the wholesale taking of our protected content for the duration of a nationally televised broadcast. Can you provide me with 3 examples of less intrusive methods?
Well, I think a big part of this, and sorry, again, I think I had some muting problems because there was an IP question raised earlier, and I understand we're not going to adjudicate that today, but there's a substantial difference between the results of a race and the race broadcast itself and everything else that is included, and we believe would be used here. So there are ongoing odds changes. There's a lot of information that we think are essential to the wagering experience. And so certainly when we look at this, we feel like there are strong intellectual property rights here. There are rates that are typically sold as part of the pure mutual package that includes the broadcast, that includes odd changes, things of that nature. And so at the end of the day, we feel like there are intellectual property rights. And if anyone is making a wager on the Kentucky Derby, it should come through us or have information that is regulated through the actual race. And I will take just a second. You know, we believe we are the gold standard of racing, and the Kentucky Derby is our race. Nevada is the only jurisdiction that we do not have a deal with, and that includes deals with casinos and properties in other states that are uncommon ownership with some of the books in Nevada. And we feel if we were able to contract with each book, we would have deals by now. And so it's been a difficult process to move this negotiation in any positive direction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blackwell, for your time and for your appearance today. And then Mr. Rubenstein, just one quick question for you, if you would, please.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand the distinction between results versus actually watching the race that's televised. And under the NBA case, if there's a distinction at all, or if you're lumping both of those together in terms of intellectual property rights. Thank you.
As to the results, that's the only thing that the NBA case addresses. But as to the live broadcast itself, I mean, in the first instance, Churchill Downs has sold those broadcast rights to the network, and for some reason feels that everybody should be entitled to watch them free of charge on a national free television, except the Nevada books. And again, to his point and to Mr. Ferrario's point, we're not trying to undermine the disseminator system. We are trying to take advantage of a very narrow exception that has been on the books, that is part of the statute, that allows for the use of live broadcasts. And again, it's not to our advantage except to be able to provide a service to our customers, as Commissioner Cohn so well noted. We would be in much better shape being part of the pari-mutuel pool. We have every incentive to reach a deal. I think some of the comments from Mr. Blackwell are noteworthy in that, you know, Churchill Downs doesn't only seek a contract, it seeks to essentially compel Nevada to change its entire system, and has hired a high-powered national law firm to take aim at determining what legal avenues they might have to accomplish that. So, you know, it would be great if we were just talking about two parties who, you know, were somewhat apart economically in terms of numbers. But this is more than numbers. This is a gargantuan enterprise taking on another enterprise here in Nevada and trying to dictate a way of doing business.
Thank you. I do appreciate your position. And I did note on page 2 of the letter that there was a reservation of rights to pursue claims against the Nevada Gaming Commission. So I'm interested to see how that will end up. But I'm comfortable with the information that's been proffered today to proceed. And I can tell you, I think I have no other choice but to support the regulation that's as proposed with the sunset provisions that have been proposed. And if I were a judge, and I'm not, nor do I purport to be, nor do I want to be, I would force a mandatory settlement conference to get the parties in a room. But these are sophisticated parties, and hopefully instead of spending the money on litigation and attorney's fees, they can come to a meeting of the minds. But that is not my business, and that is not our purpose. We're here to protect Nevada and gaming in Nevada, and I echo all of the sentiments that have been raised by my fellow commissioners. Thank you all for answering my questions so thoroughly.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd ask Commissioner Solis Rainey if she has any questions or comments, and then I'm going to go back to Commissioner Cohen had one as well. So Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have anything
Thank
additional?
you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rubenstein, I just had a quick question. It was touched upon earlier, but I understand you didn't go to the legislature this past session because of hopes that you had that this would be something you could resolve amongst yourselves. That hasn't happened. If we were to grant the amendments to allow you that additional time to approach the legislature in the coming session, is that the intent that your clients are looking at?
Well, first of all, as you know, we're biannual. We're too far into this session to do anything meaningful, which gives us till 2023 to try and continue down the path we've been down and try and negotiate a deal, perhaps even a multi-year deal, so that we could have some security, knowing that we've got a pari-mutuel wagering contract with Churchill Downs and its various tracks. But the 2023 date allows us to do both, allows us more time to negotiate a resolution, but then also allows us in late 2022 to approach the legislature with a bill draft if need be.
Thank you. I was just hoping to understand kind of the thinking. This has been an unusual year, and I know the legislature has had its hands full with everything that's been going on to address other state issues. I echo just the disappointment that my fellow commissioners did with the parties not being able to come together. I don't think this solution, even if we accept it, is good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the track. I don't think it's good for the citizens of the state of Nevada. But our charge is to protect the integrity of gaming, both for the benefit of the players that want to place bets on this event, and also to consider, what's in the best interest of Nevada, and certainly allowing bettors to bet on this historical event that they look forward to all year is in the state's best interest, especially during this time of decreased revenues. So I would be inclined to support the amendments and to support the longer extension or the longer sunset to 2023, mostly for the reasons that have already been discussed. I just think that the parties seem to be a little bit further apart now than they were last year. I don't know that this is something that is going to get resolved in the next 8 months. And I really don't want to be here either. Again, this is not an issue for us to consider. We don't want to litigate this issue before the commission. And we certainly, want to give you ample time to get this resolved. So for those reasons, and apologies, one more thing. And in looking through all the protections that are in there, I'm comfortable that the amendments protect the integrity of the wagering using the televised results. So I don't have any concerns in that regard. And for the reasons I said, I would support the amendment and support a 2023 sunset.
Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. I appreciate that. Your comments are well stated and very good on the record. I don't have any other questions unless there's any other further questions from the commission, but I don't believe there are, but there might be. But if there aren't, I would at this time ask for a motion. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And before I just make the motion, I just want to say one thing. After hearing the comments from Mr. Blackwell, Mr. Ferrario, Mr. Rubenstein, the threat to the state of Nevada reserving their rights, I'm more convinced than ever that we have to protect the integrity of the patron, the integrity of the game, the integrity of the racing system. And for that reason, I would move as follows. I move to adopt the amendments to Regulation 22 as presented in draft dated April 8th, 2021, and is recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board with the following change. The amended provisions expire on the date of the July 2023 Nevada Gaming Commission.
Okay, that's the motion. Do any
Deputy Attorney General Browning, is that an appropriate motion?
Yes, Commissioner, just to clarify, it would expire July 2023 of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting.
Yes, and effective upon today's vote.
Great, thank you.
And it's effective immediately. Okay. All right. Do any of my fellow colleagues have any questions or comments on the motion? If I don't see any, I'll have Madam Secretary call for the vote. I don't see any.
Just a quick question. So Member Cohen, that coincides with the end of the legislative session, correct?
Absolutely, Commissioner Future.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to double check what's behind that.
Very good. Very good, Commissioner Fuchs. Okay. So we have a motion made. I don't see any further comments or discussion by the commission. I would ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion unanimously passes. Petition is approved. And I would like to thank the parties and those that gave testimony today and comment. Very professional and made very clear your various positions. And we appreciate you coming down and appearing in front of us. We're going to go forward now with this regulation, and we thank all those who participated. So have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chairman.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Chairman.
Commission. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary.
That brings you to your administrative reports.
What was that? I didn't catch. What was that? Oh, yeah. Oh, Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to our commission meeting.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
I just wanted to note that our next meeting, the board meeting will be May 5th and 6th, 2-day meeting. Non-restricted first day, restricted second day, as we have been doing. But also I wanted to note that this is the last month that Member Terry Johnson will serve on the Gaming Control Board. As you've all noted, the governor's appointed Brittany Watkins to step into that position that Member Johnson currently is a holdover appointee to. Member Johnson served with distinction in the state of Nevada for many years in a number of different positions under a number of different governors. He's been a pleasure to work with. I represented him and worked with him when I was Chief DAG in the Attorney General's office, and it's been a pleasure to work with him. As a member of the board, he's calm, his demeanor's good, his judgment's outstanding. It's a real honor, and I'm thankful for his service. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I would like to weigh in on that as well, and I'm going to sorely miss Board Member Johnson. He has I've served with him probably longer than any other board member, and I would agree with you, Chair Gibson, that the man is remarkable. What an asset to the state of Nevada all these years, and hardworking. I mean, he's like the Boy Scout motto: trusty, brave, clean, reverend. I mean, the guy is solid, and I'm going to miss him. I could always rely on him. I could always call him, and I know that by him leaving the state of Nevada, that we'll still hear great things about him in the future. And I wish him and his family the very, very best, and thank him for the great service and work with me as a commissioner and a chairman and the commission and the board in general. So thank you, Terry. If you're watching, I hope you are. But you did a hell of a job for us. Thanks.
And Chair, I'm going to jump in also. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Sure. I just want to add a little bit. During my tenure, we've seen a lot of changes at both the board and the commission. And with that said, Member Johnson has been kind of the regulatory cornerstone of our industry with unmatched gaming and legal expertise. And really maintaining our gold standard has been possible through his watchful eye and strong leadership. I truly admire his constant professionalism and sincerely appreciate his unwavering dedication to keeping Nevada gaming employees and patrons safe. I feel extremely fortunate that we as a commission have benefited from his deep industry knowledge and careful guidance, and I wish him the best of luck, and he will be missed. So thank you, Member Johnson, for your expertise and for being you. We'll miss you.
Very well
Moran,
said.
this is Member Katsaris. Could I say a couple of words as well, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry, just wanted to make sure I got to jump in there before you moved on. But I also wanted to thank Member Johnson too for his service to this great state. He's, as was mentioned, he's been a dedicated public servant for, well, decades, and a distinguished one, frankly. Apart from his GCB duties, I know over the years, it's probably well known if it's not, he's taken time out to mentor countless students, aspiring lawyers, existing lawyers. He's provided pro bono legal work, as I understand, as well. I think he was named some sort of award as a pro bono lawyer too in recent memory. So just taking on these other civic duties in addition to his regular duties, it's simply it's inspiring. And if you watch him at the board meeting, everybody can see clearly how knowledgeable he is. He doesn't just know the nuts and bolts of our regs and statutes. He's got a metaphorical wrench that he can really turn those nuts around those bolts as well. And I just often marvel at how eloquent and clear he is oftentimes in explaining his positions and in how he reasons and reaches his decisions. So I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure serving with you over the last couple of years on the dais, and I want to wish you all the best in the future.
Well said. Well said. Yes, Commissioner Cohen.
I just want to join everyone's comments regarding the service of Member Johnson. He's been great to work with, and I agree with you. His presentations and to work with has been an absolute pleasure, and I wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors.
Mr. Chairman, can I jump in?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Please
I too wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues, but I also wanted to thank Member Johnson personally. He was very welcoming when I was first appointed to the commission, and he offered guidance whenever I had questions. And I really appreciated that. His experience goes beyond the Gaming Control Board. I mean, he's served the state well in other capacities, and I wish him the very best of luck with him, to him and his family.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair Moran, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner
I'll keep
Brown.
it short. I just want to
No, don't
offer
take
my
as much time.
respect. Member Johnson, I don't know if you remember, years ago, I interviewed you at the request of Chief Judge Gonzalez at the time for the Pro Bono Attorney of the Month Award. And it was my duty and my pleasure to interview you so I could make a presentation and present you to the judges and whoever was there for the pro bono session that month. And I was thoroughly impressed with you then, and nothing has changed. I continue to be impressed with you and all your commitment to the law students, the community, the law school, and look, your eye to detail. You have eagle eye focus, and it's just impressive. And you've worked so hard on doing things that most people don't like to do and promulgating the details and improvements of the regulation. So thank you for undertaking all of these arduous tasks and remaining a class act throughout. And we will definitely miss you. And I hope that we can all keep in touch.
Very good. Very good. All right. I guess that's all for this part.
And
We're gonna miss you.
from the court reporter's perspective, he was wonderful. He spoke with a nice cadence, and I got every word that he ever said. Well,
I learned a long time ago that I always listen very closely to the court reporter because she is right.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Gibson, and Member Katsaros, and members of the Gaming Commission as well. We talk often about how gaming regulation and gaming licensure is a privilege, but I would also offer that gaming regulation has been a privilege for me and for my family, and it has certainly been good to us. And I have enjoyed working with the fine men and women of the Gaming Control Board over the last near decade now. Just the most outstanding, upstanding, dedicated professionals you could ever see and have the honor of working with. And I have certainly enjoyed working alongside my colleagues here and wish them continued successes, as do all of you who do such a tireless job on behalf of the citizens of this state, both on the board and the commission. It's much appreciated, and I'm just blessed to have had the opportunity to have been a part of it, and wish you all the best going forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for the remarks. It meant a great deal.
Beautiful. Thank you. Well said. All right, Madam Secretary.
I believe that brings us to public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any additional public comments during the meeting.
All right. I believe that does it for today, and we'll be closed. And thank you for everybody for getting involved in this today. It was a long one. I don't remember one this long for quite a while, but I thank everybody. All the input that we put into it, it paid off, and we'll go forward. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.